Hello, hello, hello. Oh, people already waiting. My goodness. Who've we got? Sharon. Hello, me dude. Green Eyes. Meadow. Hello, lovely. Whoa, Lisa. Hello, chicken. Oh gosh, you were early. 1936 there. Hi, Green Eyes. You all right, my sweet? I'm probably going to start bursting into song or rather caterwauling before people come in because I've just been watching Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. And I've got that Patti Page song in my head now. Pardon me. So I might put you all off and hello, Porky. Oh, look at that! You're straight in after your wingman. I'm not really here. I'm in your imagination. Well, my imagination is a wonderful place, believe it or not. Let's just see. One of my favourite films. I must have watched it 50 times. Yeah, well, it doesn't help because I've just been making myself a cup of tea, doing, when they're singing to Patti Page and they're on the bus, and it's all the hand gestures, that I don't care if the sun don't shine. I get my loving in the evening time when I'm with my baby. So I'm giving all that round and I'm thinking I'm not really a drag queen, but I love the music in that film. It's amazing. Oh yeah, Green Eyes is there. Morning pork chop, my wingman. Oh, how are we all today anyway? We all well? Actually, I thought I should actually start doing some more guys and guyettes. That's right. Well, sometimes I'll say lads and ladettes, but I've not thought about that one before, guys and guyettes. Yeah, I was thinking what I should really do is start giving you a few, when I'm doing these Viking things, a few Norse greetings. Hi, Sheila. So I think if I say good evening, which in Norwegian is, you ready for this one? God kveld. God kveld. There you go. I'll get you all fluent before the year's out. Yeah, so what I thought I was going to do tonight, just when I was thinking about doing the live the other night, and I did enjoy doing it, don't get me wrong, but when I was lying in bed afterwards and I thought, I don't know what you guys thought, but I thought it felt a bit more like a history lesson, and I don't want to do that. I'd rather it's a bit of a discussion and some real interesting things. So I thought that's what I'm going to do tonight and just talk about some, strange things and facts and so on that not a lot of people know that about the Vikings. So that's what I'm going to do. Some you'll know, some you won't. But I thought there's quite a lot of interesting information out there. I feel the need for speed. Yeah, we'll say the need for speed. Depends what kind of speed it is, though. Didn't feel like a history lesson. I enjoyed it. Oh, well, thank you, Green Eyes. I mean, I know we did do a bit of a discussion and, people asking questions. And if I thought I knew the answer or I did know the answer, then I would answer them. But hi, Meadow Love. Are you okay? It's been... Oh, Cooper, don't start now. Guaranteed. He's been lying here quiet all afternoon. And the minute I go live, he starts with this huffing and puffing. Yeah, it's been snowing here today, although it's not stuck. But it's really cold. just wait. Cooper. I'll just wait for a few more people to come in because I don't want anybody to miss anything. I wasn't really sure I was going to come live tonight because I am quite tired. But it will, maybe get a couple of hours in, but it's not going to be a massively long one. That's what she said. To quote Casper Sight. Oh, he's got a new video out as well. I've not watched it yet. It came up in my notifications before, so big it up for Casper Sight. Hi, Frida. Hello, chicken. Oh, now, Frida, I had a little look, because obviously I wasn't around yesterday, and I've not had a lot of time to look into stuff properly. However, the surname you gave me, it was a commonly used Scottish name of Viking origin. So you've got Hutchison, Hutchins, and Hutchinson. They're all kind of variations of the same name, and they absolutely 100% of Viking origin, but were quite a common Scottish surname. So I hope that answered that question. Meadow, we've had some snow up here too. Didn't stick around either, thank fuck. I know, it's so cold. I just had the dog out for 10 minutes prior to this stream because he won't go to the toilet in the garden. So, me and my stupid ideas. I'll train all my dogs so that they don't piss and shit in the garden, so that when I'm sitting out in the sunshine, I'm not smelling urine and feces. Until it gets to the middle of winter or a day where it's cold and pissing down. And I have to take the dog out for an actual on-the-lead walk because he won't go in the garden anymore. So it wasn't a great idea, that one. Sheila, I'm tired too. First week back at work since Christmas. It's always a tough one. It is, Sheila. It's killing me. It's absolutely killing me. So I haven't got any. I mean, I've got a big pack of work I've got to do tomorrow, but I'm hoping I can maybe get it finished by lunchtime and then just have a bit of a lazy afternoon. But we'll see. Pork chop. Okay, time to mute, but I will be back later. Miss you all already. Well, we all miss you, pork chop. And hopefully, when the others come in, because Tismy Danny keeps being gutted that she's missed you. So yeah, we'll see you later. But thank you as always. We'll keep an eye. If we need you, we'll shout you. Oh, Cassius. Hello, love. Oh, how are you feeling? Hi, Kiss, hi, chat. I'm listening in, lying in bed. Please don't think I'm being ignorant if I miss a bit of chat. Don't worry about it. We know you've got the old COVID. I just hope that you're feeling better. You know what to do. I know you said you can't stomach it, but get a hot toddy down you. Bit of whiskey, make it nice and weak. But my God, that cures everything. Oh, Frida. Oh, I have some Scottish blood and maybe Viking too. Hooray. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, there's very few. I mean, do you remember the other night and we were talking and I can't remember, was it you, Frida, or it might have been Sid? Then again, I'm going off. It could have been any of you. Could have even been Simples, who asked how many people did we think would have any Viking DNA in this country. Well, I did a little bit of research on that. And following on from that Blood of the Vikings, the DNA testing where they went around the British Isles to try and find, they were basically trying to find a genetic roadmap to see where the Vikings were and settled and what was still available today. And apparently at the moment, the latest figures, I should say that 1 in 33 men in the British Isles has Viking DNA. Now, they only tested the men, they didn't test the women. But yeah. Oh, Cassius, I've got whiskey there. Never tried it, but I'll try anything. Thank you. Do you know what? It was my nana's go-to. That she'd either, it depends how you can stomach it. If you're not fussed on the whiskey, sounds minging to a lot of people. But when we were kids as well, because obviously you don't want to shoot straight whiskey. Well, I did, but now what my nan would do was stick. She used to boil it in the pan, boil some milk up. But when I make it, I stick it in the microwave. Get some hot milk. bung, you know, a tablespoon of whiskey into the hot milk after it's been boiled. And then if you need to sugar it up or put some honey in it, do that. But I tell you, Cassius, it'll help you sweat out the virus and it'll give you a good night's sleep. It's really good stuff, but I really hope you're feeling better soon, love. Oh, Danny, 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 way, woo, hello, hello. Hi, and bye, Green Eyes. Just call you. Oh, is Green Eyes just buggered off? No, Green Eyes is still here. She was saying goodbye to Pork Chop. You dozy bitch. Yeah, great to see you as always, Danny, my lovely. Hot whiskey with honey help Frida as well. I know it's I mean, honey is a go-to cure for everything, but so is whiskey. So, for those of you who've just come in, well, there's 11 in now. So, oh, hi, Sam. Hello, lovely. Good to see you. Really nice to see you. I thought what we'll do tonight, you can spell it correctly, though. I don't think I've got any swear word filters on this chat, so say what you like. What's Cassius? Now that I can do hot milk and a nip. Freedom Club to get summer caught up on last night's live. Thanks. Yeah, put a little nip of it in some hot milk, and then I always found, I don't know why, but the sweeter it was, the nicer it tasted for me. So I'd put a couple of spoonfuls of sugar in it as well. But in the days when I was taking sugar, but honey's the same thing. But yeah, honest to God, Cassis, it'll really help you. Really will. Oh yeah, it's great to see everybody. So we've got 12 in chat. So what I'm going to do, I'll just explain tonight because I did with the guys. Hi, Bedtime Clown. Listening and working. Not a problem, lovely. Hopefully you'll get something interesting out of this. Just for Danny. Hi to all. I'm just putting little man to bed. Then I will be fully here. No, it's absolutely no problem. Oh, I'm here will be sugar. Thanks. Not a problem, Cassie. So let me know how you feel. But yeah, it'll start you with the sweats and then it'll knock you out. It's a wonderful cure for everything. The old remedies are the best. Sod off with the the paracetamol and the ibuprofen and the painkillers. Hot milk and whiskey. Can't beat it. So what I'm going to do tonight, I mean, Green Eyes has said it didn't feel like this, but after I did the live the other night on the Vikings in North America, when I was lying in bed and I thought, oh, that felt a bit like I was giving a history lesson, and I don't want to do that. I want to make it fun. So what I'm going to do tonight, still sticking with the Viking theme, obviously, but I thought it would be quite good to go through some weird and wonderful facts and things about the Vikings, you know, some stuff that you will know some of it and some of it you won't. So that's the format of this evening, and you know, I'll throw a couple of facts or little snippets of information out there, and we can chat about them as we go through. So I hope that fits in with everybody. But I always find that when you're trying to learn something, well, for me, because I'm an Aries and I've got a scatterbrain and I bounce all over the place at 9 million miles an hour. So it's always easier for me to learn something if it's fun. So that's what I'm going to do tonight. So I hope that is going to suit everybody. And if it doesn't, sorry, we can always try another format next time. So I am going to start off. So I said one of the first facts I got was that little snippet I just gave you, which I couldn't remember who had asked, whether it was Frida or Sid or Simples. I just can't remember. But yeah, so that question about how many people in the British Isles have got, are of Viking descent. It's, as I said, with that last that study, the DNA study that was done, and it was only done on the male population because that line was far easier to trace than using, the mitochondrial DNA, which goes down the female line. So that male line, using the DNA, it's the figures that came out was that one in every 33 men in the British Isles, when that study was conducted, which was in the early 2000s, it was one man in every 33 men in the British Isles had Viking DNA. So I thought that was it was higher than I thought it would be, and it was higher than I remembered it to be, but it's quite fascinating. And this isn't all across the British Isles, by the way. These are in the certain pockets of Viking settlement that they studied, and they did all around the UK, and they have identified various places. So, like Frida was saying before, I had a little look into that surname for her that she gave of one of her grandparents or great grandparents, and yeah, that's a Viking origin. So yeah, there you go. I thought that was quite fascinating. So it looks like our Frida's probably got a spot of the old Viking DNA as well. Be really interesting if ever any of you end up getting your DNA done at some point. Let me know who's got a bit of Viking DNA in the blood. Right, so let me find another one. There's another interesting fact as well. Because we all know about the Vikings raiding and we know about them farming, but one of their primary trading mediums, shall we say, was slaves. They were massive slavers. So they would, wherever they raided, be it Europe, be it the British Isles, wherever they went and they raided, they would then go back and they would sell the slaves. And these slaves would end up there were massive slaving markets in places like Venice and Baghdad, believe it or not. So some of us have probably got very far and distant relations who ended up in the Middle East, and this was as a result of the Viking slave traders. So that was one of their primary sources of income, and they did used to. The word slave actually comes from the Vikings had a practice of taking the Slavs. So it was very common for them, the number of Slavs that they took for labour. That's where the word slave came from. Just another little snippet for you. Now, another thing that we were talking about was that when they went and did the raids and they'd keep taking stuff. Some of the countries or kingdoms that they were invading opted to pay them to go away. They'd give them they'd say, how much will it cost me to make you go away and not kill all my farmers and not thieve from my churches and not burn my monasteries down to the ground. And, there'd be a bit of a negotiation, and the Vikings would come up with a figure, and the king or the ruler or whoever he was would pay that sum to the Vikings, and off they'd go. The only problem with that was that once you paid them a sum of money, to go away, they knew that you were a soft touch, so they just keep coming back. So they might leave you alone for a year, but they then would come back and demand another tribute to stop them from annihilating your town or your village or your city or whatever it was. And that was the problem. The minute you did that, you were on a slippery slope. Let me just have a little look. Sorry, I'd written things down because I'd made little pointers. Cassius, the wrong thing to do, they'd come back. Well, that's it, Cassius, yeah, and they did. And they proved that they did. It didn't matter how much money you gave them. They were paid substantial amounts of money. They were gangsters, Frida, like blackmailing buggers, weren't they, really? But when we were talking the other day about the Danelaw, which is above that line, that diagonal line drawn from the bottom tip of East Anglia up and across the country towards Chester. Hi, Lady Witch. Hello, love. We've only just started. We're just doing strange and wonderful things, interesting facts about the Vikings tonight. well, everything above that line was the Danelaw. And then they also, to keep them from crossing that line, Alfred the Great and then his son after, they agreed to pay an annual tribute, shall we say, to the Vikings, which became known as the Danegeld. So Dane gold, or Dane money. So they agreed to pay the Danegeld. And then obviously when that stopped, which is what kicked off the massive, basically all alliances crumbled and the truce was off. And I was, I think I had a bit of a giggle. I'm sure it's with Darzen one time in one of Bam's chats, because obviously Darzen is Norwegian. Don't know where he is, by the way. So if anybody sees him around, let me know. And I was having a bit of a giggle with Darzen because I said, well, actually, these buggers over here, they still owe us. We weren't paid the last lot of Danegeld we were owed, our ancestors. So if we're going to add 1,000 years of interest onto that, I'd like a piece of it. So can you all please remember, if ever it comes to settling up on the Danegeld that we were owed, me and Darzen are at the front of the queue for that one. Thank you very much. Everyone's saying hello to the old lady witch. I didn't mean old lady witch. Good old lady witch. Now, when we were asking, and I know this was Frida the other day, had asked what had started the raiding off. And I went through a couple of the different reasons for it. Well, or the different theories, shall we say. And another theory that I found was about the Carolingian Empire. And they think that the rise of the Carolingian Empire was what, in the 9th century, that possibly is what opened the door for the Vikings and, to start their rampaging. Now, the Carolingian Empire, it was the European empire of France and Italy, included Austria and little bits of Spain and most of Germany. And it comes from the founder who was, well, I'm presuming most of you or all of you have heard of Charlemagne, and he was Charles the Great. Now, during his wars and so on, Charlemagne crushed the Frisians, which is what is in the modern Netherlands today, and the Saxons of northern Germany. And what it's worth remembering is that the Frisians and the Saxons, they were enemies of the Vikings. And they'd previously kept them kind of in order, not coming past a certain line. Well, when the Carolingian Empire started to crumble, when Charlemagne had died, there was nothing to keep the Vikings in check anymore. The Frisians had been defeated, the Saxons had been defeated, and the Vikings just rolled on across Northern Europe. So that's a theory as well. Right, so where was my next one? Oh, sorry about this. Totally unprepared. I write things down and I don't do it any wonderful order. As again, a sign of a scatterbrain. Now also, as you probably all are aware anyway, the Vikings gave the modern English language a number of words that we still use. Now there are a lot of them. I've only got some of them here. I think the most important one is the word Thursday, which means Thursday. It's the day of the god Thor. But the other words that you can identify that were Norse are things like Axel. Hi, Sharon. Love back to you as well, me dude. So the word Axel and plough and raft and window and bylaw, even ransack. Well, Wednesday, Cassius, is from Woden's, because obviously, don't forget that the Anglo-Saxons were Germanic peoples. They were Germanic pagans when they first came to the British Isles. So their word for Odin was Woden, or Woden, I should say. Well, that's where Wednesday gets its name from. So it's still Odin's Day, Woden's Day. And then you've got Thursday, which is Thursday. So, and also the other one that you remember that was adopted by Christianity was the word hell, Hell. And that's referring to the goddess Hel, whose name is spelt with one less L, so it's just Hel. So she ruled over the dead, and Hel is the one who. Do you remember the other day I was talking about Niflheim, which is the nearest equivalent I can get to it is kind of the Norse purgatory. It's a bit of a nothingness if you didn't die in battle or wielding your weapon. You didn't go to Valhalla. You didn't go with Freya. You ended up in Niflheim, and that's ruled over by the goddess Hel, and that's where that name comes from. And it's like a lot of things, isn't it? Because Christianity did adopt a lot of pagan beliefs and words in order to make it easy for the pagans to adopt this new religion. So that's where the word hell comes from. And then also, they did influence the language of the different peoples who were around them. Because Swedish, Norwegian, and Danish languages, they're also well. I'm going to say that because I can virtually understand if I'm hearing somebody, although I don't speak Swedish, it's so similar. Or if I see it written down, I can usually work out what is being said. And I can do the same with written Danish. However, if and you can ask if you know any Swedes or Norwegians, how funny it is trying to understand people who speak Danish. Even the Danes don't understand the Danish. That's a common joke. So, but yeah, they're all descended from the Norse language, Old Norse. Oh, hi, the Grim Trooper. The Grim Truth is in the house. Hello, lovely. Lovely to see you, and thanks for coming in. So yeah, they're all descended from that, and even Iceland, because that was settled by Old Norse, as we talked about the other day. The Icelandic is probably about as close to Old Norse as you would get. And Old Norse would be easy to understand by an Icelander, by a modern day Norwegian or Swede or Dane. So that's just a little fact there. The only thing is, I mean, obviously, as I just said, then you've got the Icelandic languages and the Faroese as well. But if you go in the other direction, there's very little influence from the Vikings on the Slavic languages. It's almost non-existent there. So this is despite the fact that they regularly went through the Slavic lands and taking the slaves. But they think that it's because when they started to settle, the Vikings' minority status among the Slavs, and then the more peaceful relationship that they ended up having with them compared to other European peoples, maybe why the Norse language as a whole didn't really have that much influence on the Slavic side of things. So I'll just come back into chat for a second before I carry on. Frida, a lot of what you were saying was in the first episode of The Last Kingdom, ransoms, dying with a sword in your hand, slaves, etc. Yeah, and that's why I said to you, that for historical accuracy, I think that The Last Kingdom, I mean, the Vikings series as well, but The Last Kingdom, it's really, really, in my opinion, you may have some scholars and professors of history who don't agree, but in my opinion, from the studies I've done and the things I've read, I would say that it's pretty damn accurate, quite historically accurate. And there has been a lot of research done by that production crew to make it as realistic as possible. So, yeah, they've probably done a lot of research through the same routes that I'm doing now for you guys. So another thing is that about the dead. So they did treat the dead in two ways. Either they would cremate them or they'd bury them. But either way, whichever way they did it, they always would give them some form of funerary offerings. Oh, let me just have a look. What's the sorry, Grim Truth. I'm just noting this. Hey, Frida Baxter and Creeders. I'm more of a prehistorian, but I don't know much about the Slavic countries beside they kick our asses a few times. Absolutely. Well, that's really interesting, the Grim Truther, because when we were talking the other night, I don't know a lot about prehistory. You know, the really, 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 really far back. And something that came up in this chat was that I don't know if you're aware of this, but they have found in Bolivia and Peru, and this is going back, God, guys, can you remember? Was it about 3,000 years? They found these, are they called the Chacapoya tribe, which are a tribe. They found the mummied remains, and their villages and so on, and farms, and they are all very tall, blonde, blue-eyed, light-skinned tribe, and they call them the Cloud Warriors or the Cloud People. So we got into a whole discussion there about could these have been very, very early Scandinavian explorers who settled over there, you know, long before Leif Erikson and Eric the Red. And also there's was it 1500 BC, I think? There's a rock near Toronto in Canada that's inscribed with runes on there, and saying that they'd come to, and this is from Norway, that they'd come to get good copper. And they said that this could possibly explain these archaic copper mines. There's around 5,000 archaic copper mines in that area that are, you know, 3,000 plus years old. So I'd be really interested to know your thoughts on that, if that's your time period. But I have promised my chat that I will have a look into this, these Chacapoya people in South America and Bolivia. Because I also understand as well, something I did find out very briefly after we were talking yesterday about it, was that, oh, sorry, alarm's going off, just had to turn it off, was that when the Spanish got to the Americas and were trying to deal with the Incas, what was remaining at the time of the Chacapoya tribes, they teamed up with the Spaniards. The Spanish had said that they were, you know, they described them as the women as so beautiful. They said that they could easily be Europeans because of the colour of the skin and the hair and the eyes. But finally, I think the last of the Chacapoya tribe died out round about the 17th century. And it was as a result of smallpox, because smallpox was brought over by the the Europeans, which is very sad. So yeah, that was just going slightly off track there, but I would be really interested if to hear other people's thoughts on it. Oh, Cassis, you read my mind. I was going to ask why a boat on land and then a boat burnt at sea. Right, so the boat burials tended to be just for the very wealthy, you know, or significant personages. And don't forget, when we were talking the other day about Greenland, the timber was very, very hard to come by. Greenland, Iceland, even, as you know yourself, look at Shetland. You know, if you go back before modern day, but you know, the lack of timber, Shetland, Orkney, Faroe, Iceland, Greenland, it's not an easy thing to come by. So you're not going to burn a great big ship or a pyre unless you absolutely had to. So that would then probably be why, in my opinion, they would have started to bury the dead, and also taking on the Christian. Yeah, it is Baron Cassius. So, you know, the burning of boats and the burning on pyres had to be reserved for the very, you know, the most important of people in those places where that's, you know, that medium for burning was not easy to come by. Because you're not going to go and burn a shitload of timber that could have easily made a good refuge for over the winter, or been used to repair a boat that you need to go and raid in. So I think that's possibly why burials in certain places would have taken place as opposed to cremations. But then with the onslaught of Christianity, burial then became the preferred way to deal with your dead. It was still they did still look back then at burning and cremation being very paganistic. So burial was encouraged. And even for those pagan settlements that were still, practicing the old ways, if they were living within an area that had quite a high Christian population, they're not really going to want to stand out, are they? So yeah, we'll bury our dead, we'll try and fit in, leave us to do what we do, and we'll fit in with you all. So yeah, so that was that. But like I was saying, they all, no matter how they were dealt with after death, they always had some form of funerary offerings with them. So it'd either be food and drink, some weapons, so that they could they'd eat and drink to make sure that they were well nourished, and they would be able to protect themselves with the weapons on the journey to the afterlife. Now, when we're going back to, hello Marie, hello lovelies, hope you're all well. I hope you're well as well, sweetie. It's great to see you in there. Just doing some weird and wonderful facts, strange things about Vikings. I was trying to be poetic and didn't really succeed, but now, if we go about, while we've just moved on from ships, so we're talking about ship burials, or rather burnings. But don't forget as well, Cassius, although it's not Vikings, but look at Sutton Hoo, the Saxon, the Royal Saxon burial at Sutton Hoo. That was a ship. That was a boat burial. They didn't burn him, it was a boat burial. And that is covered in that film, The Dig, that is currently on Netflix, which I still have to watch. I'm sure it was Sheila that was telling me that was a really good film, but I still need to watch that. So if we go back onto the long ships, they're some of the best designed ships in history. And they're generally made from oak and spruce, ash. They were also light. They were sturdy enough to get taken from the water and then carried over land, which again we discussed the other day. They'd upend them and carry them, or they'd roll them. This is how they were able to explore the watercourses inland, because these ships were able to travel in as little as 3 feet of water. And it was also great because being able to do this and carry these boats inland and being able to traverse the shallower rivers, this allowed the Vikings to bypass any coastal defences. Now, from what I understand, there weren't any standard sizes for long ships. Now, one ship that they found, it actually measured 27 meters long. Hi, Suzanne. Welcome, love. It was 27 meters long and 5 meters wide at the widest point. And this would have carried 40 to 50 rowers and probably, maybe even the same again, if not more warriors on board. Which might answer, because the next thing here, there were different types of ships. So there was the long ships, and then they also had a ship. It was the Knar, which was designed to carry lots of cargo. Now, compared to the long ships, these were wider and deeper. They were still agile. They could still travel these incredibly long distances, but they were able to carry, a lot of cargo. And there was also the Corver, which was a smaller kind of long ship. Now, that was also used for war and it was used for trade. So that possibly, I'm hoping that might kind of touch on the question that Sid Vicious asked the other night, or rather that he raised. He was querying the fact that could the Vikings have gone straight from Norway right across to the Americas, in the North Atlantic, because the ships wouldn't have been able to carry the amount of provisions that would have sustained them on such a long voyage. Well, maybe they had the warrior ships and they would also have the Knar, which would have carried lots of cargo as well. I don't know, it's worth a think. Right, another interesting thing, which seems to be the same. Oh, sorry, I'll just stop there a second and look at chat. Frida, they must have been really well built ships to travel so far. Yeah, and it was the methods that they used as well, Frida, of building these ships, because they were very flexible. So they weren't stiff boats, so they had less chance of breaking up in really bad storms and the seas and whatnot. But I mean, they did still sink. I'm not saying that they didn't, but their style of shipbuilding, it was exemplary. It was second to none. So they had discovered this way to make these boats so flexible. And I think it was the way that they cut the planks from the seasoned trees. There was a way that they did it, so it was actually a bit like a springboard. If you were to put one of these planks and put it from one chair to another chair and stand on it and jump up and down, you would actually, it would flex. You'd virtually touch the floor and come up again. So whereas go to our era of shipbuilding, our era on the seas, we didn't do that. These were really innovative and amazing discoveries that they made about shipbuilding, and it just shows how fantastic it was at their own success. So the next thing that I was going to talk about was the social classes. So at the very top of the social class, there were basically three social classes. So you had your Jarls, which is spelled like Jarls. So they're your Jarls, who, a bit like an earl. So they made up the nobility class. And they were wealthy. They owned large amounts of land, and they owned livestock. And they were very influential in Viking government, in the Viking society. The majority of normal Vikings belonged to the class which were the Carls or Coles, and they were the free men. Now, they owned lands and were predominantly the workforce in Viking society. So that, to me, I would put them, because they did own land and farms, they were probably kind of a middle class. They didn't have any nobility about them, but high simples, but they were more of a middle to lower class, working class. But then at the bottom, there were the trolls, which were they were slaves. So they were the ones who did all the menial labor. So they were, and they were just the three classes of people that they had. Now, you weren't stuck into those classes, though, which is a great thing. You could still rise up the ranks. You didn't always have to, which is a bit very similar to Roman society. When slaves, say a gladiator was freed, there wasn't anything that stopped a gladiator then becoming very wealthy, running, owning his version of a stately home, even potentially making it to the Senate in Rome. Once you were a free man, the world was your oyster. And it was the same in Viking society, although it's still unclear how this went about, how you could move up through all the different ranks. Because it's unclear how you could move from a Carl to a Jarl, but it wasn't unknown. We just don't know how it was done. But slaves had rights as well. They were still treated as people. They weren't treated like the Romans had treated their slaves. They weren't treated like they had feelings or felt pain or had any rights. They just belonged to somebody and you could do with them as you will. Well, that didn't happen in Viking society. They were people. If you owned a slave, you weren't allowed to kill him on a whim, because you would suffer the consequences of that. And you could free your slaves at any time you wanted to. And once you were freed, you then became you were called a freed man. and you didn't have as many rights as a carl, but you were allowed to own your own land. And then eventually, when you were, so you'd have your freed slave, the grandchildren of that freed slave eventually would automatically, once they were born, would become a carl at birth. So 2 generations down, your slave, the fact that you were descended from a freedman was basically wiped from the record. So I found that quite fascinating. You know, it wasn't something that you carried with you. It was just your grandfather was a freedman, your father was the son of a freedman, you then became a carl as soon as you were born, and you were just known as a free man, along with the majority of the rest of Viking society. So I thought that was quite nice. Sheila, have you seen the solar boot near the pyramids in Egypt? Beautiful boat in its own museum. They unearthed it buried at the side of the Great Pyramid. Oh, I haven't. I haven't seen that, Sheila, but I will check it out. Simples make it violent what they did to the King of North. Oh, you on about Ayala? Yeah, well, there's a little bit of, some people don't agree with that. I do. I think he was one of the few people, because didn't they say that there's only two? I think there are only 2 records of the Blood Eagle ever having been carried out, and neither of them they can 100% say happened. But I do believe that Ayala was Blood Eagled. And I think when we go through the British Isles, I can go into that a little bit more in more detail. But that's why I'm always throwing out, you know, God, my enemies. I just want to Blood Eagle everybody. But yeah, there's a little bit of disagreement among scholars about whether the Blood Eagle was actually ever carried out or if it was just a threat. But I think it was. I definitely think it was used. And they gave a good example of that in that series, The Vikings, although it did, you know, it's pretty gruesome, isn't it, when you think about what they'd done. And when they did it to Ayala in The Vikings, when the sons of Ragnar came and exacted revenge for his death, to actually see him there, oh God, yeah, it was minging. I think it's only when you see it you realise how bad that a Blood Eagle would have actually been. And I think, who was it? Was it Jarl Borg on the Viking series who they Blood Eagled? Who Ragnar Blood Eagled for trying to oust him? I'm sure it was Jarl Borg. And yeah, he when he went through, oh God, here's the porn links again. When he had to go through that execution, he was adamant that he wasn't going to cry out, because if he cried out, he would never go to Valhalla. Even though he was being put to death, his belief was that if he took that death, as horrific as it was, without making a sound, you know, without crying out, without begging for mercy, without screaming in agony, that he would go to Valhalla. So yeah, it was quite disturbing that, well, those 2 episodes of Vikings I found quite disturbing. But it wouldn't stop me wanting to perform a Blood Eagle on someone I didn't like. It does look Viking style, but our dates the Viking, the Blood Eagle was something else. It was Cassius. And the thing is, you know, the way they describe it, I just find that hard to believe that that is something that somebody just made up with nothing to back it up, just for poetic license. To me, that has got some, I would say that has got some facts there somewhere. It could have only been carried out once. It could have been a one-off, because someone had done something so horrific that you really wanted to make their death as bad as possible. And it could have been that. I can't be mad they made it up. I don't think they made it up, Cassius. I really don't. I think that is something that's happened at some point. I do think that probably happened to Ayala. But, you know, who can say? Yeah, to make an example of as a deterrent. Well, don't forget as well, Simples. I mean, the English were as bad, the Saxons, because they would, if they caught the Danes, they were skinning them alive. They'd skin them alive and they would nail, the skins of the Vikings to, the town cross or church doors. That was to act as a deterrent. You come in here trying to raid and pillage and we catch you, this is what we're going to do to you. That's minging in itself. Who would think to skin somebody alive? The pain for that's making me cringe just thinking about it. So, is it a far stretch that a blood eagle was a real punishment? I don't think so. Terror tactics, yes. Yeah, Cassius, fully agree with you there. Fully agree. But, it isn't just the Vikings, is it? Or the Saxons. Go to the Celts. Go to our lot, whether they be Irish, Scottish. They had some horrific tortures as well, burning people alive, sacrificing. Look at the bog bodies. When they find them, some of those bog bodies, they suffered horrific tortures prior to death and then being placed in the bog, probably as a sacrifice to whichever gods were being revered at the time. And that's right across Europe. That's not just in Ireland or the rest of the British Isles. Holland, Norway, Sweden, Germany, Denmark, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. So, yeah, there were some back in antiquity, there were some very, very vicious, if not sacrificial offerings, than punishments for wrongdoers. So yeah, quite gruesome and quite horrific. But, it happened, so we need to talk about it. Now, I'll lighten it up a little bit because we've just been talking about blood and guts and blood eagles and bleh. Now, Viking society, I believe it or not, especially in that period, was one of the few societies where Viking women had rights. So they actually enjoyed equal rights, the same rights as men in Viking law. They weren't treated as a second-class citizen as regards the law. I mean, there was some social expectation on women. If you weren't marrying for love, if your parents chose somebody for you to marry, then you married them. That was expected. However, Viking women had the right to divorce a husband and to remarry. It wasn't a case of them being cast off because the husband got sick of them. Viking women in their own right could say, no, I'm sick of this one. Look at, again, let's go back to the Viking series. Look at Lagertha. She just had enough of Ragnar and his philandering, and away she went, divorced him and married somebody else. So women were not the subservient sex in Viking society, which I thought was quite nice. And something else as well, it was absolutely socially acceptable for a Viking woman to live with a partner without getting married and to have children out of wedlock. That was not frowned upon. And although, like in a lot of societies, sons did come before daughters, if it came towards an inheritance, if a woman had no brothers and she came to inherit her parents' property, when her parents died, she could inherit their property. It wasn't like, even in this country, up to, was it in the 19th century? Estates would be entailed, inheritances would be entailed away onto the closest male relative if you only had daughters. This is 8 or 9, if not more, 100 years later than the Vikings doing it. So I thought that was quite good. They were very progressive as far as women's rights were. And also, women enjoyed quite a special place in society because large numbers of them became priestesses and oracles. So they'd gain their own power and influence that way, quite independent of whether they were married or not. A lot of them became poets. So they inherited the Viking oral traditions we were talking about the other day, becoming skalds and singing the songs and telling the stories of the great warriors. And then they would pass them on to the next generation, whether that be their own children, relatives, or just somebody, if they had no children themselves, somebody coming in. And then the most famous of the Viking women, which we brought up yesterday and the day before, were the Shield Maidens. And they were female warriors who fought alongside men on the battlefield. Now, some scholars still question whether they existed or not, but the Byzantine Empire, there are records from then that Shield Maidens did exist, and it talks about their accomplishments on the battlefield, how fierce they were as warriors. Oh, another porn link. Get out. So, and then one last thing while we're on the topic of women. We will come back into it at some point. I'm not going to hog this one. I just thought they were really interesting facts. Now, something else as well, which you may or may not have known, is that the Vikings made no distinction between children of a married couple or an unmarried couple. There was no concept of legitimacy. You had the same right to inherit, and you had the same rights and protections. The law guaranteed that you had the same rights and protections, whether you were legitimate or not. So again, just another example showing what a progressive society the Vikings were. And we're talking Vikings as a whole, throughout Scandinavia. Oh, hi, Joe. Hello, love. Thanks for joining us. We're just going through weird and wonderful and strange facts and things about the Vikings that people might not have known. So what do you guys think about that? Talking about women's lib. There would always be some constraints on women because once they'd given birth, they became mothers. The likelihood is that if they had been Shield Maidens, warriors, or what have you before, then they would give that up in order to take care of children. And then maybe take the shield up again once the children were grown. But yeah, I found that quite fascinating. Right. Let me have another look. So the next fact how are you finding these facts, guys? Are you finding them of any interest, or is there anything you want me to go through? Is there anything in particular you want to know, just in case I may have got it jotted down and I can skip forward? Because I don't want to just make this about me rattling off and talking shizzle. It is Joe. And that last part of my name now, that is Old Norse. That's the Old Norse word for Shield Maiden. I just thought I'd jump on that one. Looks like Viking women were treated better than Victorian women. They were, Frida. In fact, they were probably treated better than a lot of women going into the 20th century. It was one of those societies, and they were treated that, they were on an equal peg. There were some things like the marriage. If your parents had picked a spouse out for you, then yeah, of course you went along with it, unless you'd already found a love match. But yeah, for the most part, women, it was like today. They still had the roles, they'd still have those certain sex-based roles, such as the cooking and the raising of children, but it was no more. It didn't offer them. It didn't curb their ambitions any more than it does today. It would have been a lifestyle choice to a certain extent. So yeah, I found that. I found that quite cool. So, something else you might not know about the Vikings and Viking society. because if we're watching films and series and whatnot, so like Frida's just started to watch The Last Kingdom. A lot of people watch the Vikings series. We've all watched Viking films, in one way or another. We've watched documentaries on them. They're always these big, brutish, covered in blood and wild-eyed and hair and beards and, wearing animal skins. And they do come across as, they're probably a bit stinky, but they actually weren't. Grooming was a massive part of Viking society. That neatness was a mark of status in Viking society. So the neater you were, the better looked upon. Same as today. You look at somebody, if they're wearing basically tatty old clothes, it doesn't matter what kind of a house you live in, the first impression that people have of you is you're looking a bit of a tramp. And it was exactly the same principle in Viking society. So you'd have like Carls and Jarls would favour a variety of hairstyles, which they've survived in different pieces of Viking art. So you can see the type of hairstyles that were worn. Jarls would show their wealth off with things like the silk that was imported from abroad, elaborate jewellery, and the hygiene aspect as well. Do you remember the other week we were talking about Lochstarga, which was Saturday, meaning bath day? Loki's day was bath day. And it was one of the days that one of the English kings decided to try and go and get rid of the Vikings who were in his territory and slaughtered them all on a Saturday morning because he knew that's when they'd all be bathing. Oh, thank you, Green Eyes. Thanks, love. So they actually were very clean people, which left a lot to be desired. That left a lot to be desired for the Anglo-Saxons, and then especially the medieval, like the Normans, and later going into the medieval period in England. As we said the other day, they probably bath once a year. Look at the 13th and 14th century. They weren't particularly clean, but the Vikings were. And they would have, so the hygiene, this would go hand in hand with the neat appearances. And they found things in graves and so on. They found combs and brushes and soaps. Things like this have been found in the Viking tombs. They'd been buried with the bodies. These were the things that they were going to take to the afterlife with them. And it just shows the fact that they put them in the tombs, how much importance that the Vikings placed on personal hygiene and cleanliness. So, and actually going on about the hairstyles, you're just saying there, Frida, lovely plaited hair and beards. There's something a little bit later on that I wrote down, but there's evidence that the fairer hair was very proud, as it always is, isn't it? She says, flicking her blonde locks over her shoulder. But there is evidence that the Viking men would try to lighten the hair to make it look blonder. So, which would have had a dual purpose. One was to make it look blonder, and the other was also as a treatment for head lice, which isn't quite as glamorous. But now the cuisine, do a bit on Viking cuisine, which was quite diverse because seafood, again, we mentioned this the other day about middens and things that have been uncovered on Shetland and Orkney, Iceland, Greenland, and even in mainland UK. Seafood was a common source of protein for them. They're a seafaring people. They know all about, they know the sea like the back of their hands. Net making and whaling, they'd catch seals, all sorts of things. But so seafood was a massive part of their. They do have more fun, Frida. I can vouch for that. I mean, they did also eat normal livestock, shall we say, such as horse, cattle, sheep, poultry. Now, as far as seasoning goes, salt would have been the most common. And they did also use to preserve the meat and fish. They found lots of evidence for salted herring, and that would have either been for themselves to get them through the winter, or even trading, I should say. Oh, it's great to see you here, Jules. Thanks for coming in, lovely. They also used to smoke a lot of the meat and the fish to preserve it. And if they were really lucky, because they did an awful lot of trade across Europe, they could come across certain spices. It wouldn't have been as common, but they could get hold of them, especially if they had a bit of money as well. And these would have been traded for. Also, as we said, they were fantastic farmers, so they would farm their own lands, and they'd grow rye and wheat to make bread with. They'd grow oats so they could make oatmeal. They grew fruit and vegetables where that was possible. Archaeologists, however, depending where they were, but they don't seem to think that the standard of their agriculture was that good. Now, why that is, I don't know. I need to maybe look into that a little bit more. That came up today when I was having a bit of a mooch around. Yeah, we're all good. We're all good in the hood, Jules. Are you okay, lovely? Now, another thing was the sports. Do you remember we touched on this as well the other day? That their sports were very combat oriented. So it would range from things like unarmed combat, like wrestling and fist fights. They might have mock armed combat competitions. So it'd be things like spear throwing, like a bit like javelin, rock throwing. Think about shot put, that type of thing. They did practice some peaceful sports. They do things like mountain climbing, swimming. That was always important because look at the place that the sea had in their own society. Oh, I'm glad you're okay, Jules. Good to hear. Good to hear. And another thing that they did as well, which a lot of people don't know, is that some of the sports that they had were ice skating and skiing. So, which isn't surprising considering they came from quite icy regions, but yeah, so quite good fun. Now, weapons of war. If you, we watch all these, the films and the reenactments, and surprisingly, swords weren't one of the go-to. Oh, thanks, Grim Truther. Thank you. I mean, I really appreciate if you're into history, like I'm guessing that you are. I really appreciate some input if you have any or any thoughts. And please pull me up if I'm rattling away and you think I'm talking some utter shite. Because, we've all got our own opinions. Please stop me and jump in and give me give me your opinion, because we like doing that in here. Sid and I were bandying a few different thoughts around the other night, which was good. I had a theory, he had a theory, and it was very interesting. So yeah, please feel free. But yeah, so when we go on to weapons of war, everybody thinks about the sword. Swords weren't actually one of the go-to weapons of choice for Vikings in battle. They tried to reserve the swords for ceremonial purposes. They tend to go, if they went into battle, it would be with a shield and a spear. And then they would also have a knife called a sax as a sidearm. I'll just check Frida Baxter. I've come to the conclusion that I would have preferred to be born in Viking times than Victorians. Me too. Me too, Frida. I think it would have been great. I would have loved it. Jules, I love History Kiss, and sorry I missed the first parts of this Viking topic. No, it's fine, Jules. Absolutely fine. It's usually just me rattling off, but I was just trying to come up with some interesting, rather than making it sound like a history lesson, just to come up with some interesting little snippets that, some of them I knew, some of them I didn't. And I'm just hoping people can, at least take one thing away. Frida and I are taking away women's rights now from Viking society because they were very, very progressive. So yeah, that's what we're doing tonight. So yes, we'll go back to the weapons of war. Now, your Jarls, as I said before, they're the ruling class. Their favoured weapon was two-handed axes. Now, allegedly, these could split men in half with a single blow. Now, I don't know whether that was based on the sharpness or the size of the Jarl wielding it. I don't know. But yeah, so the story goes, the Jarl's two-handed axes could split men in half on one blow. Now, Vikings also used bows and arrows, but they weren't very common weapons because, and the reason being for that is that the Vikings at the time saw bows and arrows as a dishonourable weapon. The reason for that is that it was more like a hit and run. They believed in uphand, close and personal combat because that's how you showed your skill as a warrior. How could you show Odin that you deserve to go to Valhalla by sitting on the top of a wall or up a tree and firing 200 yards at an enemy or a opponent that couldn't see you and couldn't reach you and had no chance to defend themselves and show their own skill in a battle? It's a bit trying to do a hit and run like that with a bow and arrow. Obviously, they became more popular as time went on because if your enemies are using them, well, why be at a disadvantage? But they were more of a hunting weapon. But yeah, so there you go. Bet you didn't know that. Oh, dear me. Sorry about this, guys. I am just going to have a quick puff on my on my vape. Day six, doing all right. Not that I'm crowing and I keep being told not to keep counting. Don't count the days, Jax. Joe, the song Love is a Battlefield keeps running in my brain. Oh, yeah. Who sang that, Joe? Remember it? Love is a battlefield. It's going all right, Green Eyes. I'm on day 6. Mr. Sexy had an ashtray that had one or two of my old, it was up on a shelf and it had a couple of my old, Pat Benatar, thanks Simples, and Joe, thank you. It had a couple of my old dog ends in it. And last night he picked it up and dropped the whole thing in the bin. So I think he's got the confidence that I am going to do this. Frida, from what I seen in the first episode, the Vikings had very good tactics in war. Well, yeah, and a lot of that as well was developed through the gaming as well. They had some tactical games that they would play. And it was a real skill. It wasn't all about just rushing in and flailing about. They were very, very good tactical warriors. Well done, Kiss. I know it's not easy giving up. Oh, thank you, Jules. I know you've done it. This is it. The number of you in here who have done it. And I'll be fair, I'm not actually... I'm not craving them. I was before a little bit, but it's the habit side of things, picking something up and puffing on it. So that's why I'm puffing away like mad on this vape. And I filled it up 4 times today, which shows how much I'm relying on it. But, it's, it's going all right. It's going a lot better than I thought it would do. So, yeah, the fact that Mr. Sexy last night picked the ashtray up and dropped it in the bin, he went, so we won't be needing this anymore. Plonk. And it went in the bin, and I thought, yes, he knows I can do it. So yeah. Anyway, so that's the that little bit of that was about the bow and arrows. I found that quite an interesting little fact. Dishonourable weapons. You know, because they might have been mad bastards, but they still had codes, didn't they? Codes of honour and codes to get you into Valhalla. You bet it, you're doing well. Thank you, Frida. Thank you. Right. Some of the most famous Viking warriors were the berserkers. And everybody's heard of berserkers. It's a word that's still in use today in our language. Hi, Denny. You've had a bath. Are you smelling sweet? Lovely. That's great to hear. We've covered some great facts and what have you. So thank you, Denny. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so I don't know if you were listening or if you've missed it, but yeah, there's some quite good, interesting facts that we've gone over that you might find quite pleasing. So yes, we're going on to the berserkers. So everybody's heard of berserkers. Everybody's heard the word berserk or going berserk. Deforested my legs. I've been listening, great as always. Actually, I'm going to go off at a tangent here because Mr. Sexy was on about. I made. Oh, I'm really sorry. If there's any gentlemen in chat, please put your fingers in your ears. I made. Mr. Sexy made not a joke. It was like a funny quip yesterday about tidy lady gardens, shall we say? And I'd kind of replied and said, as you know, there are no unkempt lady gardens in this house. And then he made comments about my neighbours. I can't even go into it, but it just made me laugh seeing that deforestation of Denny's legs. We don't think my neighbours would have very. We don't think they practice topiary, shall we say? If you've got hairy legs and hairy under your arms, the likelihood is that you're not really into a bit of the old topiary. Deforested my nose hurt. I don't think for a minute, Frida, that you have nose hair. Oh, Joe, look, you put the cactus there. Oh, it is me. Sorry, I've missed individual hellos. Hey, love and hugs to all. Haha, a tidy topiary. Yeah. Trim that bush. God, I keep getting sidetracked. I will take it back to what we were on about. So, your berserkers. So again, I'll repeat myself. Berserk is still in use today. We all know what it means. And spider's legs, I know, Sheila. And it means, it's another one that does exactly what it says on the tin. They went into battle in a near mindless rage that would apparently give them superhuman strength and speed. And also, they were said to be able to endure serious injury without collapsing from shock and pain. Now, the belief from certain scholars is that this was possibly through the use of, some form of primitive drug, maybe hallucinogenic mushrooms. Because you do hear about some people, don't you, when they've been on, the bouncing off the tits on certain drugs, even now. And what's that? Oh, is it called is it monkey dust or something? And PCP or whatever it is. And you hear about people even today who are absolutely smacked off the tits on it and, fighting with a broken arm, or that they've been hit by a car and they get up and they're still wanting to have another go at it. They're fighting with their own shadows. So it's no great stretch of the imagination that these berserkers could have had some form of a drug of some nature that caused such an adrenaline rush and caused such crazy behavior that they didn't feel any pain. I mean, some other scholars claim that they think that the warriors just went into battle drunk. But having said that, though, I know what I'm like on the vodka. I can't touch vodka because I call it Polish fighting fuel. it really has a detrimental effect on my psyche. I would argue with my own shadow. On the rare occasions I drank vodka in the past, I was banned by my friends from ever touching it. I had a little sip. I was really thirsty in bed last night. Yeah, shrooms and poppies. Probably Joe. Very probably. Maybe, I'm not so sure about the poppies, but definitely shrooms, I would say. But yeah, Mr. Sexy was drinking, he likes vanilla vodka and Coca-Cola, and he had some of that. He carried a glass up to bed last night, and I had a dry throat. I was really thirsty. So he said, "Do you want a sip of this?" And I was like, "Ooh," because he knows the tale about me being getting on the Polish fighting fuel. So I was like, "Go on, just a little sip to wet me whistle." Don't like it though. I don't like vodka and I don't like Coca-Cola. So there we go. That's just me going off. I'm on again. Now another one. Oh, sorry. Frida said, "Wonder if the Vikings knew about magic mushrooms." I think they actually did, Frida. I think they did. Definitely, your shaman, your witch doctors, whichever race you are, the druids, they all knew about the properties of the mushrooms, and taking these trips to visit the gods or to look into the future. So it's not surprising. I wouldn't doubt that the Vikings knew about them. I mean, certain fungi as well, lichen that can be found on rocks and trees that can also induce hallucinogenic behavior. Yeah, natives use roots and plants, Joe. Yes, yeah. I mean, maybe they did. Maybe they were aware of poppies because, don't forget that they were hired as mercenaries and they were over in the Middle East. Well, what do they grow in Iraq and Afghanistan? It's a massive area for poppies and for heroin. Could they have maybe come across something similar there? They could have. It's not a massive leap from one, the thought of using shrooms to jumping over to the use of possibly heroin or some other form of archaic drug. But whatever they used, that actually did get them into that battle frenzy. Is anybody, Frida, you may know this, is anybody familiar with the tales of the Hound of Ulster, Cahulin, not the Irish hero? Because Cahulin would apparently work himself up into a battle frenzy where, his eyes would bulge, his muscles would bulge, he'd kind of grow in stature. The way they describe the battle frenzy of Cahulin is very similar to the way they describe the battle frenzy of the berserkers. So maybe, I don't know. That'd be quite interesting to look at the correlation between. I may look at that because I do have a book on Cahulin and the old Irish legends. So I may just get that one out and have a little look, reread about Cahulin's battle frenzy and see if I can, spot some commonalities between the two. Because it could be that they were using something very similar in order to achieve that state. Oh, hi, Voodoo Queen. Hello, love. Peyote. Oh, I know somebody who's tried peyote. Said it was the worst experience of his life. Now, this fact, most of you, I'm presuming, will know, but and if you didn't, the Vikings did not wear horned helmets. Oh, you've not heard of him, Frida? It's actually, I bet you will have seen the name. It's spelt, it looks like Culture Lane, but it's actually pronounced Cahulin, but it looks like Culture Lane, and he's known as the Hound of Ulster. I think you'd find those stories quite fascinating. But yeah, so horned helmets, total myth. You know, they were shown using them. It was very popular in the operas, comics, cartoons. They all show. You know, look at Asterix Gladiator. Even the Vikings in there have the horned helmets on. But the reality is that Viking helmets weren't any different to, you know, the other helmets being worn by different European peoples at that time. They were kind of a cap made out of either iron or steel with a nasal guard, just to protect the head and the nose. So if you imagine the typical Saxon helmet headwear, it would have been exactly the same for the Vikings, or as near as, damn it. Let's have a little look. Berserkers is a great band name. I wonder if it's been done before. Might have been. It might have been, Joe. I mean, as Simples was on about, it was the name of an album by, oh, did you say Gary Newman, I think she said the other night. I'll let Simples explain that one to you because I didn't know about it, but yeah. So yeah, the horned helmet is not a fact. And also, if you've ever heard the story that Vikings drinking from the skulls of their enemies, they didn't do that. That was kind of a more modern way to show the savagery. You know, it's actually a mistranslation from one of the sagas. The translation said that heroes were drinking from branches of skulls. What it actually was that they were drinking out of hollowed out ivory tusks of walruses. But the translation kind of got it wrong and said they were drinking out of branches of skulls. So that's where that came from. They never actually did it. Oh, sorry, let's go back to chat. Hi, Cassius Simples from Voodoo Queen. Voodoo Queen, kids used to go on my family property and pick shrooms. Did you do it as well, though, Voodoo Queen? I'll actually tell you a tale. My dad, who is now 71, he he went camping summer wild camping, but this was after he came out of the army, with one of his friends, and they found magic mushrooms, and they decided they'd never tried them before, him and one of his old army buddies, and they were like, oh, should we try these? They had no idea what to do. They got absolutely, pardon my French, fucked up. It was total foobar, should we say it that way? Fucked up, nearly fell off a mountain. And he said it was one of the best nights of his life. My dad. Jules, you're very good at history, Kiss, at your thing. Oh, thank you, Jules. Yes, it is. I'm a bit of a geek. I love history. I love this period of history as well. I love the Vikings, Celtic and Irish history, and then medieval, like the Wars of the Roses, the Plantagenet period of history. I know quite a well, I don't know. I like a lot of different periods of history, but there, if I had to study, and if I was saying, because I did A level, then I did a degree at history at degree level. Sorry, getting my words mixed up. But yeah, that they're the periods of history that I studied, and ancient Greece as well. I also love ancient Greece, but then jump forward, and I like Victoriana. So things like Jack the Ripper and the state of the empire, you know, the empire days. So yeah, I like all history, and then also I've got a massive fascination with World War II as well. So, but my main thing is Viking and medieval, like the Plantagenet, you know, from like the 1200s, Edward the First, and so on, and William Wallace, then going through to Richard III and the Tudors. So yeah, that's my thing. Let's just have a look. Sorry, I'm back through to. Voodoo Queen got her crazy naturally. Good on you, girl. Good on you. Joe reckons she could grow some great shrooms here under the redwood trees. Well, go for it. Are they illegal? Is it illegal for you to grow them and eat them over there, Joe? I wouldn't try them. I'm too much of a wuss. I'm an idiot at the best of times. Can you imagine me tripping off something? No, thank you. Jules, my sister was found in a field tripping out on magic mushrooms when she was a teen. Yeah, well, apparently my dad thought it was very funny. Joe, I had a great experience out backpacking with my brothers and sisters taking shrooms. Oh, I'd just be too scared. I'd be too scared. Voodoo Queen, I just need some cow poo, Joe, allegedly. Lady Witch, I'm not sure what type they are, but people pick the mushrooms in my yard all the time. I can't tell you how many times I've come up on someone in the backyard. Oh, that's a bit naughty, isn't it? Do you not have trespassing laws over there? Or is it just a free-for-all, Lady Witch? Cassie said, oh, boy who tried them at 16 was crying his eyes out and had spiders crawling all over him. I don't think he tried shrooms again. No, you see, that is something that would happen to me, Cassius. And I'm too much of a wimp to want to even try it. Some mushrooms yeah, that's the other thing, Frida. I'd probably take the wrong one and end up like, I don't know, shitting my lungs out or something and dying in a pool of vomit in a field. Oh, tweakers don't care about trespassing voodoo. No, probably not. What you need is a big ass dog, or 3. Just let them run. Have some signs up, if you trespass, you might get eaten. Might put them off. Lady Witch, you need a pop-up shop, mate. Charge them scrumpers. Yes, Denny, that's a good idea. Bit of scrumping. I'm going to say, would they probably don't know what scrumping means over in the United States, do they? Simple's makeup. My other half worked for the Poison's nasty mushroom stories. Oh, Poison Service. Oh, right. Oh, you'll have to tell us some of those, Simples. I'd be interested. And Joe, Sheila, I'm near a river and in the shade. They're impressive trees, old growth trees. And Green Eyes is listening while doing my online shop. It's not a problem, Green Eyes. Hopefully it doesn't put you off and you type the wrong thing into your food order. Frida says, Simple's only mushrooms I eat are from the supermarket. And we've got another Russian with the porn links. Oh, I've lost my space. Sorry, guys. Bear with me a second because I've lost my space as usual. Lady Witch, I had a sign that said trespassers will be shot, survivors will be shot again. The city made me take it down. You want to put one up, trespassers will be blood-eagled. Not a lot they can do about that one. Allegedly. Oh, I'm really sorry. I've lost my flipping place. I'm such a numbnuts. Entertain yourselves for a moment there, please, guys and gals. I shall be straight back. Well, I'm still sitting here. It's just that I've lost my place in my notes. Oh, damn it. Right. Now then, let me see. I think this is it again. I tried making notes on my tablet and I just pressed the wrong button and it just lost my page. What an idiot. Oh, there was another one here as well. Oh, thank you, Sheila. Thank you. It's just a cock up when I press wrong buttons on my flipping tablet and then I can't find my place again. Joe, I bought my daughter a mushroom growing kit. They were tasty. Don't you need bulges to grow mushrooms? Or am I imagining that, or has somebody lied to me? There's also as well, remember when we were talking about the sports a little earlier, and about that one of the sports that they loved was skiing and ice skating. And primitive skis, they weren't that much dissimilar from modern ones, but they were actually developed around 6,000 years ago by Scandinavians. Because they didn't use skiing just for fun and for sport. It was an effective way of travel. And there is also a god of skiing. Now, the other thing as well, when we were talking about the fact that they didn't have a written language as such, they didn't document the deeds or the raids or whatever. Everything was word of mouth. It would kind of get changed in the telling over the years, but most of what we know about Viking raids and the customs, believe it or not, it comes from what their enemies actually documented about them. It doesn't come from their own records, but it's people like the Anglo-Saxons and what have you. It's what they actually wrote down about them. So it's quite sad, really, isn't it, that they didn't actually document anything, any of their own deeds and what have you, other than those for famous people that they would make the big runestone monuments for. Joe says it was like a box with the material and spores, and they grew out of the box. My other daughter got creeped out. Oh, is this about mushrooms? I don't know if I would like to grow them, because I remember watching something where I can't even remember what it was. I think it might have been an episode of Stargate, if anybody used to watch that, where people were turning into mushrooms or fungus. There were mushrooms growing on it. I can't remember what that was on, but I'm feeling it might have been Stargate SG1. If anybody can remember that, let me know. But yeah, it kind of gave me a bit of a freaky about mushrooms. Denny, oh, Kiss is awesome. Oh, thank you. I can't tell you how genuinely happy I am that she's carrying the torch for our group. Well, Kiss is making her own name in the best of ways. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, you watched it, did you, Cassius? Was it Stargate? It was fucking horrible, that was. I don't think I touched mushrooms for ages after seeing it. But yeah, it was, no, wasn't nice. Oh, got some other, yeah, this is me writing things down at random. Got some other words as well. We're talking about some Old Norse words that have carried on into the English language. I found another 4 here. Ugly is one. Week is one, as in WEAK, like rather than days of the week. Skull is another one, and slaughter. And they all come from Old Norse. And also, some of the Vikings kept pets, not dissimilar to us today. So they had cats, they had dogs, they had falcons, and falconry was a sport across Europe. So they kept peacocks, and also, believe it or not, they kept bears. And bear cubs would be caught as cubs and then raised by Viking families. Now, get this, polar bears, they would also be caught and raised as pets, but they were reserved for noblemen only. And the bears that the normal Vikings had were brown bears, which were basically grizzly bears. Can you imagine that? Having these bears wandering around? Very, very, and I definitely wouldn't want a polar bear. I mean, they're savage things, aren't they? But yeah, they did stop this practice. Yeah, yeah, it's true, Joe. So basically, you could have a village with half a dozen polar bears and grizzly bears. One, well, maybe not polar bears. You might have one because the Jarl would have that, but there could be like half a dozen grizzly bears wandering around your village with children and what have you. And apparently, they would be fined if the pet, their bear, caused injury or death to somebody else. And because they became a nuisance, this eventually was, this practice of keeping bears as pets was stopped. Yeah, well, Viking cats, Sheila, and you've all seen the Norwegian forest cats, have you? Because they are gorgeous, huge things they are. One of my friends has two, massive and absolutely beautiful. But yeah, peacocks as pets. I know, Frida. Now, I need to check this out as well to see what the comparison was in maybe. Oh, cats, my old cat was called Tyr. Was it Cassius? That's a good Viking god's name. And here we go. So the god Tyr, which you've just mentioned there, who's the god of war, Tyr is what Tuesday is named after. Tyr's Day. Tyr's Day is Tuesday. Just in case you didn't know that bit of trivia. Obviously, we're going through my religion now, and yeah, I can start throwing in little bits and pieces when the gods come up. Now, this little bit, I need to check it out because I don't know what the similarity would have been across Europe and what it would have been, say, in England, in the Anglo-Saxon communities. But apparently, only 80% of Viking children survived past the age of 5 years old. And I was quite shocked at this. I knew that the Romans did it, about abandonment with the children. Now, the Romans did it for a different reason because they didn't class a child as a human until it was, oh God, if the Grim Truth is still in here, oh, Sheila, you may know this one with your history background. The Romans they didn't class a child as actually being a human being until it was either 2 or 3 years old. So infanticide wasn't classed as a crime. And it appears that it was very similar in Viking society, not looking on them as not being human, but if a child was sickly or weak, then the parents, you could either abandon the child to the elements or to the wild animals, or you could throw them in the sea. And this basically came from the fact that the Vikings took pride in power and strength. So yeah, so that's a little difference. But that 80% of Viking children not surviving past the age of 5, I need to look and try and find out similar percentages across Europe at that time. Was that common, or was that particular to Scandinavia? Because it was a really harsh existence up there anyway. You go along with the lack of land to grow provisions in and the incredibly harsh winters. Just look at what Raven was saying about where she is in Canada, it going down to -55. There's similar temperatures. There's Sid Vicious. He's been up there when it's been -22. I've been in Norway when it's been, getting to those onto -30 in the northern part of Norway. So you imagine trying to live there in that day and age without the modern comforts that we have. We would still suffer now. So yeah, did that have anything to do with the low survival rate of children? I don't know, but I'll try and look into that. Now here's something that you didn't know, I bet. The Bluetooth symbol that we've all got on your phones and your tablets and everything else. Well, that is actually an old Viking rune, and they represent the initials of a Viking king. There you go. Now, there was an ancient Viking king. I like this guy. I want to live in his time, because there was an ancient Viking king who took Yule, the Christmas, so seriously that his subjects were forced to drink ale throughout the holidays, and anyone who didn't would be fined. Fancy that. You get fined if you don't get shit face. That's my kind of a place to live. Sorry, Green Eyes. Sorry, going to have to duck out. Bloody nothing available in online shopping. Oh, don't worry, Green Eyes. I hope you managed to get sorted. Oh, sorry, Cassius. I've missed what you've said there. Yeah, what is that again? That's it. I'd heard that a while back, but never would have remembered. Oh, I don't know. I've lost, because chat's quite a way behind me talking. So if there's anything, I'm really sorry about this, guys. If there's anything that you want to ask me, can you put it actually in your comment, because otherwise I don't, I've got no bloody clue. Also, as well, I'm going to throw the link up just in case anyone wants to come up while I'm rattling through, because you know you're all welcome, and I keep forgetting to do it, and I don't mean to, because I'm a dick. No, it's fine, Cassius. It's just me. Yeah, the Bluetooth sign, Joe. It's oh, right, Cassius. Yes, yeah, sorry. Thank you, love. It's me, because it's quite a way behind. Yep. So the Bluetooth sign is runes. Right. Here's a good one about battle wounds. So, in order to tell how badly somebody was wounded, a Viking woman would feed the injured warrior a broth with potent onions. Now, after eating it, if they could smell the broth through the wound, they'd know that it was too deep and there was no way that they would be able to mend that wound, fix it, and the warrior would survive. I don't know if that would work. Again, Simples as a nurse and Green Eyes. Is that true? But yeah, it's that was quite a freaky thing, smelling the broth through a wound. Yak. Now, here's another one that I liked this. Poetry was thought to be a gift from Odin, and the Vikings ultimately invented rap battles, and it was known as flyting, and it's a poetic exchange of insults, often targeting cowardice or perversion. So that's quite good, isn't it? That they actually invented the rap battle, unless the wound was in his stomach. Yeah, I thought that, Simples, and it didn't give any details, because I was thinking, well, I could understand if it was the guts, maybe even higher up, you know, stomach or gut, but yeah, maybe in an arm. You're not going to smell it, are you? Cassie's right. In the series, Rollo goes to fight against Ragnar. They eat what looks like leek and onions. I've always wondered about that. Well, yeah, so there you go. That's what they say. Right, let me find my next page. Lady Witch. So I guess dirty limericks didn't come from the Vikings. They might have done. Oh, we're going to start with limericks now, aren't they? If anybody's got any, throw them all up. I've got a few limericks. While I'm just waiting for my my stupid tablet to get to the right page again. May the gods save me from useless bloody technology. Yeah, the original. Yeah, absolutely, OGs. Shall I do you my limerick, although it's not Viking related? But I like this one. Okay, here we go. There once was a woman from Leeds who swallowed a packet of seeds. In less than an hour, her arse was a flower and her minge was a bucket of weeds. But ching! Sorry, guys. Oh, dear me. Right, I really need to grow up. I think I'd have made a good Viking rapper. What do you guys think? Well, it's better than the big brown shark, isn't it? And then the big brown shark came. Right, any questions? Anything anybody wants to know? Before I start rattling off and talking complete banjacks again. Are we okay? Sorry, I obviously I am delaying. It's just that chat's so far behind with StreamYard. Okay, so a little something else as well was about pacifism. It wasn't really an option. What did the Vikings do with their dead? Oh, sorry, Jules. Yeah, we went through this probably just before you came in. So there were two ways that they would deal with the dead. They'd either burn them, cremate them, or they would bury them. And, you know, you see things like on the Vikings, the film, you know, where when Kirk Douglas is killed and they put his body on a boat and they burn it and off it goes. And it's the same in the Viking series, or them building pyres to burn the dead on. But the boat burnings, burials, that type of thing, they were only really reserved for the most wealthy or prestigious in the society, like a king or a very wealthy jarl. They were kind of the earls. But also you have to remember that on places, a lot of the places that they settled, so not specifically Norway, but think about Shetland, Orkney, the Faroe Islands, Iceland and Greenland, trees, timber wasn't really a plentiful commodity. So it would have been quite frivolous of them to burn the dead when timber was in such short supply. It wasn't something that they, and if they needed it, they would then have to transport that for hundreds, if not thousands of miles. So, as I said, it was quite frivolous to burn the dead with something that they really needed. So they would bury people for the most part, always with grave goods. They always, whether they were burned or buried, they always put grave goods with them. Which is why we're learning quite a lot about the Vikings from things that were put in graves in those that we found. But then also, as Christianity took a stronghold throughout Scandinavia and then extending out to the different places and lands that the Vikings had discovered, the cremation was seen as very paganistic. So they were kind of encouraged to move away from that and go towards the Christian style, which was burial. But even if they were still pagan and if they were living in quite a predominantly Christian area, the likelihood is that they would have, even in an area that had a lot of timber that would have allowed them to make a funeral pyre, they probably would have veered more towards burying just to fit in and not stand out and not draw too much attention to themselves. So yeah, so that's what they did with the dead. I hope that answers that one. So going on with pacifism wasn't really an option for the Vikings, because no problems, Jules, you're welcome. Viking custom required that all free men owned weapons, and all free men in Viking society were allowed to be fully armed at all times. You know, it wasn't that you're not allowed to carry weapons on a Sunday. At any time, they were allowed to be fully armed. And then the quality of their gear would also help to reflect their social standing. So a wealthy man, he'd be decked out, you know, with the full Monty, you know, the helmet, shield. He'd have his chainmail on. He'd be carrying his sword. But again, as we said, the swords were more ceremonial than battle ready. As we covered that one before. So yeah, another little fact. Let me find my next one. Oh, and there was also, going back to the games as well, there was also a game called, it was Knattleik, and it was played with the ball and some sticks, and it wasn't dissimilar to modern day hockey. That was something else that the Vikings liked to play. Sorry about this. Oh gosh, I've repeated myself quite a few times on here. I've written things down 2 and 3 times. Oh, what an idiot. Right. Oh, sorry, let's look at Frida's. Thanks for that, Frida. You stepped in right at the right point in time while I'm trying to find my my notes. Once was a heathenish Viking. Adored the fighting and striking, but when coming home from killing Rome, knitting was more to his like. Oh, very good. Sorry, do you know I couldn't read that at first. Once was a heathenish Viking, adored the fighting and striking, but when coming home from killing Rome, knitting was more to his liking. And that's a really good limerick, that one, Frida. Big it up for Frida. Carry around the room and give her a round of applause. I misread it at first. I didn't realise it was a limerick. Sorry, I nearly effed that up for you, didn't I? Incredibly impressive. Off the cuff there. So when we were talking about the Vikings going very far and wide, you know, they did get a long way from home, and the Byzantine Empire, which is or was modern day Turkey, they had an imperial bodyguard which was called the Varangian Guard, and they were mostly made up of Vikings. You know, so they were obviously hiring these paid mercenaries, stroke bodyguards. The Vikings had sent emissaries to Byzantium as far back as the 9th century. So in the 800s, you know, they were actually establishing links with the Byzantine Empire, which is pretty impressive. And then they eventually started working for them as mercenaries and were then employed in the Imperial Guard, which is the Varangian Guard. And even one member of the Varangian Guard was named Harold Hardrada, who ended up making it back to his home in the north to become the King of Norway. And don't forget, Harold Hardrada was one of the the contenders for the crown in 1066. He was defeated at Stamford Bridge, and then the English crown, as was then won by William the Conqueror. Just a little bit there. So the culture that we call the Vikings now, people call them by, I'll be right back, my son is on the phone. No problem, Jules. They were called by a lot of different names. So the Irish called them, I think, I'm terrible at pronouncing this. Anyone who speaks Irish Gaelic, you can correct me. I think it's called Dughale, and Finghale, which is dark and fair foreigners. The Germans call them Askermanni, which is Ashmen, and the Gaels knew them as Lochlanach, which is lake people. And the Arabs, the Byzantines, and the Slavs call them the Rus, which is what we were talking about yesterday. And that either comes from, so Rus comes from the word which was for rowing, or it could have come from the Swedish region of Roslagen. Or they were also known as Varangians, which were sworn men. So it's pretty safe to say that they got around. Now, we'll do a little bit on Valhalla, because I only touched on it while we were answering another question the other night. But the Vikings' religion was called Norse paganism. So that's kind of where I am in the direction of. And in Old Norse mythology, the Aesir are the principal gods of the pantheon. So they include like Odin and Thor. They were very fierce warriors, the Vikings, as we all know. And part of that bait right into this religion was that they believed, as I said the other day, if they died in battle, they might be selected to join Odin in the majestic halls of Valhalla. So, and there they would fight, and they would feast, and they would drink, and they would get jiggy with the ladies. And this would be night after night after night after night, until eventually they would be joining Odin when Ragnarok finally happened, which is kind of a bit like end times in the Viking world. Yes, I did my women's rights. I did my slavery. Oh, sorry, I'm so losing my... Oh, here's the bit that I mentioned about the hair. So I put like blondes have more fun. So when people think of Scandinavians today, you mostly think about them having, most of us got blonde hair. You might think there are some, there is some shades of red. Not everybody's fair. There are brunettes, but the majority, you're going to think there's some shade of blonde or red. And part of the reason that probably historians and even the writings of the day, the contemporary writings back during the Viking Age, associating blonde hair with Vikings, is that many of the men who had dark hair, they'd use this strong soap to bleach it to a lighter shade, and they'd also lighten the beards as well. And as I said, partly this was a fashion statement. They were quite vain. They liked to be, and there's nothing wrong with that, is there? But it did also help to combat head lice. Now, there was one last one I wanted to do. Sorry about this. I found it. So, very last one I wanted to do was about them being the founders of a number of European cities. You know, a lot of the cities that we associate with them over here, they had plaited beards, didn't they? Yeah, you know, they'd plait the beards to keep it away, especially in battle. You know, because you don't want to be having a great big chest length beard and you're trying to fight your opponent off and your knife gets stuck in your beard or it gets stuck. And actually as well, it's something for somebody to grab hold of, isn't it? You know, look at modern day bouncers with, you know, if they're looking, or doormen, they look quite smart because they have ties on, but those ties aren't proper ties. They've got that elasticated bit, a bit like they put on for school kids, because you don't want somebody who's fighting with you to grab hold of that tie and choke you. Same thing with a beard. You know, it gives your opponent something to hoik hold of. Even twist it round your neck and choke you with it. So yeah, you plait your beard down. Very similar to, did you see Bedtime Clown when he came up on panel a while ago? Oh, there you go, Frida, you've just mentioned it. I was just going to say he had beard tape up down it, you know, the beard bands. And that's how the Vikings would have, you know, they just kept the beard up out the way. And also, you don't want to get your soup in it, do you? But yeah, there were different times for doing that. So yeah. So as far as going with founding a number of cities, you know, we hear about them being in York, but they didn't actually. They never founded York because that had already had a Roman presence there. And it also had an Anglo-Saxon presence there. Oh, Dave used to put those in his too. Yeah, he does. Frida, he does look like a Viking. Um, so you've got cities that they have been given the credit for founding, and if not founding, making them to be um, highly successful, shall we say? Oh, is that so he doesn't? Yeah, he doesn't catch it on fire. Well, there you go. You see, 2,000 years on, and he's still carrying on that tradition, Voodoo Queen, which is great. So yeah, so you've got cities like Dublin, Wexford. These are all in Ireland, by the way. Dublin, Wexford, Waterford, Cork, and Limerick. They were all massively prominent Viking settlements. Um, and then you've got places like I just mentioned was York, which were they're hugely impacted on by the Vikings. Now, where's my last one? Now, one last thing about Russia, and then after this one, I'm going to call me yakking to a halt, and then we can have a little bit of a general chat if you guys are all right. But the Vikings had a very large influence on the organising of Eastern Russia. So the Swedish Vikings, known as the Rus, they travelled into God, I can't speak again. Travelled into Eastern Russia, and at the time that was ruled by there were a lot of different warring Slavic tribes. Now there was a Rus chieftain named Rurik, and he started trying to conquer and unify those different warring Slavic tribes. And he set up a kingdom in the 9th century called Novgorod. And that Rurik dynasty would then go on to rule the Duchy of Moscow and eventually found the Tsardom of Russia. So even the Tsars of Russia had a Viking beginning. So I don't know what you think about that for this evening's chit chat. Let me go back to the chat. Let's have a little look. Oh, we've got another limerick from Joe. I knew a dog named Haggis. He had a tail that waggies. He battled daily with his little axe. The little Viking dog named Haggis. Oh, I love that. Oh, and Voodoo Queen, yeah, Frida, I love that face. Happy he keeps safe. Is haggis even Viking? Do you know what? It probably has got some kind of origin there. But please don't anybody start calling the haggis minging, because I'll take great offence at that. I love a bit of the old haggis. And we're coming up to Burns night, aren't we, Cassius, if he's still there? Got to have a piece of haggis. I love it. Love haggis. And I always do mine. I do a bit of clap shot, and then I make myself some. I do a whiskey peppercorn cream sauce to go with it. Oh, I'm just thinking they don't call it clap shot in Edinburgh, do they? I'm going all island on you all. Oh, haggis, nips and tatties. Yeah, haggis, nips and tatties. Like I said, further up north, they call it clap shot, don't they? But yeah, haggis, nips and tatties. Got to have me whiskey cream peppercorn sauce. No, I didn't think they did. It's well, because part of my family from Orkney, so it seems to be a bit of a word they like to use up there. Oh, do you remember when I talked about that Viking board game the other night, and I was saying it was like a cross between checkers and chess? I've just found again on my notes. I'd written it down what it was called. It's Nefertafel, and that's spelt for anybody who might be interested. HNEFATAFL. Frida, yes, they are turnips, neeps, haggis, neeps, and tatties. Although I must admit, when I'm doing, I don't just do neeps and tatties. I do carrots as well. So I mash up the neeps and the carrots. And then for me tatties, I don't do like a mash or anything. I'll either do crushed potatoes, or I'll roast them, and then I use this whiskey and peppercorn cream sauce all over it. But yeah, you can't beat a good haggis. I've got mine in the freezer ready, and it's an award-winning haggis that I picked up when I was up there last year for my hollies. So that is going to be being eaten on Burns night. Do you have a Burns night do, Cassius? I used to love when I was a kid, if we went to, because we come from a huge family, and if we'd ever gone to a big family get together back up in the Highlands, where all the clan would come, usually at my dad's. So we could have like 30 or 40 people there, and yeah, and they'd pipe the haggis in, and I loved it. I just loved it. Everybody in, all the guys in the kilts and proper Highland dress. I just loved it. Yeah, Burns night. It's celebrating the poet Robbie Burns, but it's traditional. Yeah, with it's great seeing somebody coming in with the octopus under the arm. Yeah, I love the traditions. I love it. And then you have to, as you for Frida and Joey were just asking, the haggis gets piped in. You have a piper, They play the bagpipes, and you march in ahead of the haggis, and it's normally on a big plate, and then it's cut with a sword. So this just shows my dad. He doesn't just use a sword though, because he's a dick. He has a claymore. And for anybody who doesn't know what a claymore is, it is a big F-off sword, that the type that William Wallace would have been swinging round his head like a shillelagh. So my dad, if it's a big mahoosive haggis, depending how many people are there, my dad in the past has just given it a hack with the claymore that's made the damn thing explode all over the table. But usually you just use a sword, and you cut the haggis, and then you recite Rabbie Burns's poem, and it's great. It's just an excuse, and you get pissed on the old single malt, and you eat your fill, and you have a ceilidh, which is a dance, and you do the reels, which is a form of dance. Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. Usually get me and my sister. We'd. I'm trying to think now how you describe it. You've all seen the Irish dancing. Well, the Scottish dancing is similar, not the same, because the Irish dancing is a lot of kind of tapping and yeah. But we do a form of Highland dancing, which is there's cross swords on the floor, and you dance the swords. So when we were kids, we learned how to do that. So if ever we've been at my dad's, and he's done a proper Burns night supper, and occasionally on New Year's Eve as well for Hogmanay, and we'd sword dance. Joe, we have Highland games up here with kilts and games and family fun, lots of Scottish town names, and even a Loch Lomond. Is there really? Oh, that's good. There you go, Cassie's, up you go. My wee one does Highland dancing. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. I'm glad people still... Cooper, shut up. I'm glad people still do it. I'm really glad. It wasn't always my thing. I only ever did it on family occasions, because obviously I trained as a ballet dancer. But you know, it's still kind of there. But I do love watching the Irish dancing. There's a girl, oh my God, she's so skilled. She goes and stands in the streets in Ireland, Southern Ireland, and she has her music playing, and she just stands there doing the Irish dancing, and God, she's amazing to watch. She does competition. She was in Paris 2 years ago. She loves it. Oh, that's amazing, Cassius. That's really, really good to hear. It is, because I hate to think of things like this that are going to die out. I mean, it's still a big thing up in the Highlands. But, you know, going back to the times of, you know, when my mum and dad would have been young. So going back into, you know, the 50s and the 60s, even in the towns and cities in Scotland and Ireland, it was a massive thing, wasn't it? All the kids did it after school. And, you know, because I know my mum and all her sisters and brother, they all learned Highland dancing and Irish dancing, because they were the same on both sides. And my dad's sisters, they learned Highland dancing. But yeah, you know, it didn't matter where you were. But now it's not as popular, is it, in the cities? I just think it's great. You know, it's just, it should show a real sense of pride in your country's traditions, the old ways. It's like first footing that we were talking about on New Year's Eve, Burns night. Yeah, I'm a great one for traditions. I love history, as you all know. So yeah. You're right, Joe. It's absolutely incredible dancing, Irish dancing. It's amazing. Well, you know, Highland dancing is as well. But yeah, to watch the way some of those people move for the Irish dancing. But yeah, I'll have to try and remember what that girl's name is, and I can let you all know, because you should watch her. She's a beautiful girl, and she just stands there and she's grinning her head off. And the jigs that she's doing are, you know, they're out of this world. And people come past, they might throw a few bob in her. You know, she's got a box at the front. They might throw a few bob in there for her. But Yeah, most people just walk past her, and they're busy out doing the shopping. I'm like, God, you've got no idea. Just stop for a minute and watch this girl and just watch the incredible skill she's got, the talent. Yeah, I've learnt something new there, Joe. I didn't realise they had Highland Games in California. Bloody hell. Let's see if I've missed any more comments. No, I think we're up to... Oh, line dancing. Oh, Frida, I've only ever tried that once. I did actually quite enjoy it. Is that sad to admit? And it was to Copperhead Road, by Steve Earle, Copperhead Road. And I thought, I was watching them and I thought, I can do this. And I joined in and I actually really enjoyed it. Joe says cultures need to keep need to keep their traditions alive. Us Mexicans have our dances with colourful skirts. Yeah, I've seen some of those. And funny enough, Joe, a lady that I work with, Linda, she met her husband Larry. He is actually he's grown up in Texas, but his whole family are Mexican. And she met Larry when he was stationed. She was working because she's English. She was working in Cyprus after she'd left school. She was probably 18 or 19 at the time, and Larry was in. I don't know if it was your army, a regiment of the American Army or something, and they were actually stationed out in Cyprus, and that's where she met him, and they had a holiday romance. So I'm probably going back to, oh gosh, maybe the 80s, 1980s that they met, maybe 86, 87, something like that. And so they met, they had a holiday romance, obviously fell in love. He went back to America and she went back to England, and they kept in touch, writing and what have you. And then he came over here and they got married, and they've got, I think, 4 kids now. So how many years ago is that? What, 40 years? 30 odd years they've been married? I think that's lovely, and I know that they go back, because obviously they live here in the UK, but every year they'll go back with the whole family, with the kids and him, and they go back and visit Larry's family. And she showed me some photographs, at different family occasions, where they've been in kind of traditional Mexican dress, with, and I'm presuming they're similar to what you are talking about, these big skirts, they twizzle round in them and the skirts go flying out, and these hats with red on them. Yeah, it looks really good, and some religious festivals as well. But yeah, she loves it. It looks amazing. So yeah, I'm glad I like it when I see traditions. Oh, which has just reminded me, I started looking today. I was working as well, so I've not done it in depth at the moment. But when we were talking last night about those cloud warriors in South America, the I pronounced it wrong, but it's apparently it's pronounced Chacapaya, the cloud warriors. And I had a quick squiff through to see what I could find out about them. These Scandinavian looking mummified people in Bolivia. Yes, folk, Larico Bally, look it up, beautiful. Oh, thank you, Joe. I will do. I will do. So I found out some really interesting stuff on these people. I'm not going to go into it in depth today, but I just thought I'd share with you the couple of little snippets that I found, which I think I did mention earlier, was that these appeared to be a ruling class in South America. There were a lot of the, I presume, the native South American people, Incas and so on, Mayans, were at one time or another ruled over by these tall, pale-skinned, blue-eyed, fur-haired, beautiful, tall people. This as they're being described. And then they also said, remember we were talking about the Nazca lines on the Nazca plains, and all these drawings and things that can only be seen from really high up. If you're on a plane and you can see these pictures of hummingbirds and spiders and so on, and things that look like runways. Well, when they found a tomb of Nazca people, they are also Caucasoid peoples. And it's very, very weird. So there are some connections here. And as we know, the Nazca people they're thousands of years ago. So I'm thinking it's not beyond the realms of possibility that what Sid had said last night, that maybe is it hard to imagine that there could have possibly also been a race of Caucasian people that had developed in that had been developing in the Americas, completely separate from, they not necessarily were Viking descent, that they were just Europeans who had got there somehow or other. And it looks like that's possibly true because they appear to be some kind of a ruling class. And also, the same thing has happened in Africa. There is a famous, he's kind of a witch doctor, a shaman. He was 90 odd years old at the time. And he also made mention of this particular tribe that were blonde haired and were white skinned. They have got a name that I didn't write it down. I can't remember what it was, but I will share this with you. And that their legends were telling them to watch out for the return of these people, and they were all seen as gods of some sort. So when European people reappeared in that particular area of Africa, they weren't shocked to see them because their legends are told that thousands and thousands of years earlier, there had been blue-eyed, pale-skinned, blonde-haired ruling class people. So that's what I found out at the moment. And I'm getting really into it. It's fascinating. I think I'll be going off at all sorts of different tangents, but yeah, if you guys fancy me covering that at some point, I'll do it because I was getting, oh God, it was like a real rabbit hole I was going down. So I don't know what you think. I'm going to just drop the link again just in case, because I am going to get off very shortly because it is fascinating, isn't it, Joe? The fact that they're all over the place, because I genuinely thought that the Nazca tribe would have been indigenous peoples, but to find out that they're not. And there's artwork as well, which is showing native peoples like the Mayans, like the Incas, like the not the Nazcas, the Mayans, the Incas, and I forgot what the third one was, kind of paying tribute to these statues that look incredibly European. But they're calling them, they've either been called star people, cloud warriors. And the cloud warriors, as I said right at the start, these Chakapaya people, the only reason they died out in the 17th century was because they became, and they kind of teamed up with the Spanish to defeat the Incas. Because the Spaniards were looking at, because obviously, like most of us when we were most of the different European countries, when we were invading or discovering new lands, we treated the indigenous people appallingly. And, you know, a lot of the time we're viewing the indigenous people as little more than animals. But for some reason, the Spaniards, when they were trying to defeat the Incas, they teamed up with these Chacapaya people, because they said they looked very European, and they were obviously a ruling class. So go figure. But yeah, they died out in the 17th century as a result of contracting smallpox. Yeah, blue-eyed star people, Joe. I know. Where did they come from? Frida can't keep up with all these different people. I know, it's great, isn't it? But it's definitely, it's a rabbit hole and a half to go down. But yeah, I find it absolutely fascinating. And after not knowing anything about that, as you can see, if it's something I don't know about, I'll hammer it. And I was trying to do that in between doing my normal day's work today, which felt a little bit sneaky out, but you know, whatever. So yeah, if you guys think that might be an interesting topic to cover, because it's all linking in with the Vikings, isn't it? And I don't have to stick to a hard and fast rule of every time I do a live, I've got to do a piece of Viking information out of that book, you know, because this is how our chat tends to go, which is off at a tangent, and we start at a completely different topic from the one we finish at. Well, this is kind of laterally connected, isn't it? Because it was brought up when we were talking about the Vikings. So yeah, I think that would make for quite an interesting live. And I'd love to know other people's thoughts on it. Be really great if somebody else fancied also maybe getting up on panel for a chat about it, if it's anything that you're fascinated or not. Yeah, I know, Cassius, it's amazingly fascinating. And you can just keep going deeper and deeper and deeper and never get an answer, because it's just going to go and throw up another question, isn't it? So yeah, I think that's how I'd like to go next, was maybe at these Chacapaya people and star people, the cloud warriors, the cloud people, where they might have come from. Because I didn't come across anything that said they'd actually DNA tested any of these people yet. And I'd be quite interested to see which haplogroup that they fit into. So I'm going to look into all of this. I want to try and do some really proper in-depth research before I open my trap on it. Because there's nothing worse than doing half a job and only getting half a story. And also, just talking about Burns night, maybe we should have a Burns night do as well. If I'm not up to my eyeballs cooking haggis. So, yeah, right. Will do, Joe. Will do. And obviously, you know, and I'd really appreciate your input as well. You know, and especially if you've heard any, cause I don't know if you have, but you know, if there are any stories passed down from your people about these, the cloud warriors, star people, I'd be really interested to hear those. You know, whether you did it on panel or whether you put it in the chat and I can read it out. Because yeah, it's opening up a whole new realm for me. This is so, Lady Witch. I wouldn't mind the recipe for that cream sauce. Consider it done, Lady Witch. I shall do it. It's only my hash up. You know, it's not cordon bleu, it's not Gordon Ramsay, but yeah, just whiskey, peppercorns, and cream. Bit of paprika in there as well. But yes, I'll do that for you, and I'll either put it in the chat or on the next live, or I can put it in the comments against this one and let you know where it is. Maybe we should just have a recipe night as well, because everyone's got so many interesting recipes and variations on cooking things. I always learn something new in the chat. I am going to ask again, though, and I know, I'm presuming if anybody had, they would have mentioned it, but has anybody heard anything from Bam or Mama Rat? Because I'm not going on the other channels apart from, obviously, I'm going on Nuff Nuffs and Genetic Codes, checking their videos out, but just wondered if anybody may have heard something or seen anything anywhere else. So I'd ask that before I call a halt. We'll have to look up some weird people for the next chat. Yeah, do it, Frida. Do it. I do hope she's okay. I do, Joe. Hey, Porkchop, how you doing? Your wingman's just had to nip off for a minute. She's trying to order shopping, and she's having difficulty with online purchasing because obviously Australia is going through shortages of certain items. Yeah, we've just been talking about the Chacapaya tribe in South America. And we've gone from that to me talking about my whiskey, cream and peppercorn sauce that I intend to do with haggis on Burns Night and introduce people who have never eaten it before to the wonder that is haggis. Crushed and burned. Oh my goodness, it's absolutely... Sorry about this, guys. I'm just... Cooper, stop. There is snow pelting against my flipping windows here. That's what the dog's barking at. Cooper, be quiet. Be quiet. Oh, sorry, give us a minute, guys. Get in there. I was just going to try and let you see if you can hear this. Hang on. I'm holding my phone out the window. That is snow coming down. Yikes. Some of meat and cannot eat, and some will eat that want it. But we have meat and we can eat and see the Lord be thanked. Absolutely. I love that. Cooper fighting the snowstorm. He is, Joe. Yeah, it's we're being very very, oh, what's the word? Sedate this evening, Pork Chop. We've not, I don't think, has anybody been rude? I don't think anybody has tonight. Oh, can you relate to that, Lady Witch? Yeah, the thing is, it's quite noisy. I thought it sounded like someone had thrown a handful of sand at my window, but it means I'm going to panic. Stop it, Cooper. Oh gosh, I better throw I'll throw the link up again just in case. I'm going to panic a little bit because I recently had to replace my vehicle. And oh gosh, just pulling my jumper sleeves down. I've always had a four-wheel drive, and my four-wheel drive basically had to die. So if he was in Star Wars, he'd be a Stormkeeper. Absolutely, he would, Pork Chop. You're there very quick with the wit and the humour again. I don't know if you were. I think we were probably on mute, but we've done quite a lot of facts, weird and wonderful facts on the Vikings that people didn't know. And we've had a few bits of chit chat about it, and then the Chacapaya tribe in South America, which I'm going to cover. So yeah, you may or may not have heard all of that. So yeah, what I was saying was that I've lost. I've had to get rid of my four-wheel drive, and I'm currently driving. Oh, can you believe it? A Ford Focus Sport. So it's on low profile tyres, and I live coming up on the moors. when it's icy and snowy here, you need a four-wheel drive to get around. And don't forget, I've got to get from my home up quite a steep hill to the horses. So I'm really going to be shitting myself tomorrow if there's ice and snow on the ground, because I'll probably end up having to walk up. Last year, I had my dash cam in the four-wheel drive, and it picked up me. And I know how to drive on snow and ice. You know, I'm a confident driver. I've driven four-wheel drive since I was a kid, so I know exactly what I'm doing. And even I shit myself because my car, I was coming down the hill, crawling, and I just hit the thickest of ice you've ever seen. And on the dashcam video, all you can see is my four-wheel drive going sideways towards the wall, with me just going, fuck, fuck, fucking hell, fuck, 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 fuck. And I ended up with the front end down a ditch. No injuries, but that was in a big, hefty four-wheel drive truck. So I'm not looking forward to trying to do it in this sporty little number. Cassie's, oh, it must be a sin getting up that hill. Be careful. Thank you. Yeah, I will do. I'm not even going to attempt it. If there's thick ice down, I'll just have to walk up there. I'm not going to try it in this car. I know, Joe. I was scared. Not scared. I just thought I was going to completely write my vehicle off, because it was a big ditch and then a wall. Now, luckily, only the front tyres kind of went into the ditch and got wedged, so I didn't end up all the way in. And then just a little bit further up, the farmer was up there and he had a tractor. So I left my car where it was, completely blocking the road, ran up, knocked on his door, and he came out with a tractor and he did pull my car backwards out of the ditch. Oh my goodness. Oh. I don't know, did you guys hear that then? It was just, we just had a massive clap of thunder and lightning. That was bad. That's why the dog's just gone absolutely batshit crazy. That was, as I said, I don't know whether that picked up because you're on loudspeaker on my phone, but God almighty, that was a really massive clap of thunder. And then I heard the big crash of lightning. Stop now. Stop. 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 Yes, pork chop is a boy, Frida. You're all right. You're not making any assumptions about the sex of one of our members. You're all right. I don't know what he wants me to do. I live in another town. Oh, sorry. Stop. I've missed some of the chat. So, Jules, back guys. My son is a drama queen. He called to tell me he put deep heat on his body, but he's now burning up, laying in his bed with a fan blowing on him. Well, some people get a reaction, or he's probably put too much on. I'm sure you're not an old boy, pork chop. You're only as, what is it they say? You're only as young as the woman you're feeling, maybe. Frida, that scared me. Cooper sounded like the hound from hell. He did. Did you hear the? I don't know if you could hear it or not. I just wondered if you heard the. I know he was barking, but did you hear that massive crash? I shit myself. I literally jumped out of my skin. That sounded like it hit something. That lightning. Oh crap! I'm practically a pensioner then. Oh, are you? I'm not going to ask. I'm sure you're not. I'm sure you're with a lovely young lady, not an oldie. Frida said, Jules, they always need mummy's advice. We all do that. Well, I always need daddy's advice. I'm surprised he's not told me to go and jog on yet. But, you know, doesn't matter how old a lady gets, how young or old, you're always your daddy's princess. And you can always ask them for anything, and you can always wrap them around your little finger. Although my dad's kind of sussed me out on that one. I think the best thing you could do, Jules, is get in the shower and wash it off if it's burning him like that. That doesn't sound good. I mean, I'm hoping he's just got it on his skin. He's not put it anywhere delicate, has he? Not to be too personal, but, you know, had to ask. I don't think I've missed anything else. In case you're in the north west, right? So my whereabouts are you? I'm in I'm Lancashire, Jules. West Pennines. Oh, you heard it, did you, Cassius? Oh, he's already been in the shower, has he, Jules? Oh, not good. That sounds like he's having a reaction to it then. I've got do you know, I'm feeling a bit wary about putting any on because I've my back is aching a little bit tonight. Not a lot, not horrendously. But sometimes, you know, you get a little bit of an ache around your lower back, and I thought, oh, I might stick a little bit of deep heat on that because I've got the deep heat spray before I go to bed. But yeah, you're making me rethink that one. Joe, okay, I'm off to nap with my chihuahuas. This old stalk of celery is droopy. Oh, well, I'm glad you. I'm really glad you came in, Joe. And thank you so much. And yeah, we'll look forward to, you know, maybe doing some form of a collaboration, whether it's up on panel or just in the chat, and you can tell me some of your, you know, what you know about the Chakapaya or the Star People, the Cloud Warriors, or if you've got any of your own people's tales that might fit in, I'd be really interested in that. So thank you. But good night, Chuck, and I'll see you on the next one. Jules, me too. Oh, what? You're on the West Pennines, are you, Jules? Or Lancashire? I should have made that clear when I asked. I'm sure we might have had this conversation before in one of Bam's chats. Apologies for any little background noise for a second, guys. I'm just making myself a brew because it's bloody freezing. I asked where you are because I never heard thunder. Maybe I am far away from you. I'm near Ashton. Oh, Ashton in Makerfield, Jules. Joe Madry, I really am enjoying this. I'll pop on when you talk about the NASCAR lines. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Joe. Yeah, we need to do something. The NASCAR, and obviously finding out about the NASCAR people now, with there being some link there to the Chakapaya people. Yeah, I think we definitely need to do NASCAR because it's just how it's taken us on this journey with the Vikings, hasn't it? So yeah, that'll be really good. That will, Joe. But I will give you quite a bit of advance warning. So yeah, you take care, lovely. Frida, ta-ta for now. Have a good sleep. Come back soon with tales of strange people. Yeah, and if you've no tales of strange people, then just come in here because we're all strange in our own unique ways. Oh, Ashton Underline. No, you're quite a long way from me. I'm kind of head towards Preston. So, do you know where? If you've heard of Rivington Pike, and the moors up there, that's where I am in that kind of an area. It's like it's rural. It's kind of on the outskirts of any big areas of habitation. But yeah, I know where Ashton-under-Lyne is. But yeah, you're quite a few miles away from me, so no, you probably wouldn't have heard this thunder and lightning. It's only one. I mean, obviously there was some clash with the warm air and the cold air meeting then. But yeah, I've not heard anything that loud for a long time. But it just sounded like someone was outside with a big, with a drum or something. There was a bang, but then there was the crash of the lightning. And many years ago, one of our neighbours got the back. Well, I've actually had two incidences with lightning. One was when I was a kid, and one of our neighbours, it was in a massive thunder and lightning storm, and lightning hit the gable end of that house, and it actually blew the gable end off. Now, I remember the sound when that hit, and it was bizarre. But it was a sound I wouldn't forget. And then when I lived on the outskirts of Wigan for a while, in a place called Standish, which may ring a bell with some of our American friends, because Standish, as in Miles Standish, that's where his family came from. The Mayflower Pilgrim Fathers. So that's the connection with the little, well, it was a little town village of Standish. And the house that I lived in backed straight onto farmland. So I had my garden at the back, and then the hedgerow, and then farmland. And there was a huge thunder and lightning storm one night. It was a summer one. So I was standing at the back of the conservatory, looking out over the field, watching the lightning. And there was a mast at Winter Hill. It's like a radio mast. I could see that in the distance from where I lived. So I was waiting to see if the lightning would hit the mast, because occasionally it does, and you see some incredible photographs in the local papers. So I'm there with the camera in hand, waiting to see if this happened. And the storm's getting closer and closer and closer. And then all of a sudden, there was a bang that, I mean, I felt it. I didn't just hear it, I felt it. I jumped out of my skin. And then this massive bolt of lightning hit the ground, maybe, I say from the back hedgerow at the bottom of the garden, it was probably 30 or 40 feet away, which meant that it was probably 60 feet or 70 feet away from the house. And my house actually vibrated. The crack that oh yeah. So it's something I haven't forgotten. And that second crash that I just heard then sounded like both those two occasions where I've heard lightning hit something. So I don't know where, but it sounded like it was at the front of the house. Oh, Port Charpello again. Just started lashing down here now, but rain, not snow. Oh, well, you told us you're on the coast though, aren't you? So it's less likely, although I do believe that it was sleeting on the coast this morning. Yeah, I am in the sticks, Jules. I'm about as sticky as sticks can be. Sticky McStickface. I'm just going to put my milk in this brew. Sorry about the stirring, kids. Whee. Right. Back in the room. Let's have a look. Pork chop. Yeah, air is too salty here for snow to stick. We do get it from time to time, though. Oh, no. Do you know, I always feel sorry for little kids, though, who live on the coast. You know, when it's snowing everywhere else, I think, oh, they don't get to make snowman or throw snowballs, unless you obviously put them in the car and take them further inland. But yeah, a couple of my friends live out in Southport, and they have the same thing. they have to come inland with it because they've got 2 little kids, so they have to come inland. Oh, Jules, I'm not bothered. I'm not scared of storms. But my grandma was, my nana, and she used to go and hide under the stairs. You know, the cupboard under stairs, as you call it. It was cleared out. And we used to call that Nana's Anderson shelter because if ever there was a storm, she narrowly missed being hit by lightning when she was a young lady. So probably going back in the 1930s, and she was terrified of thunder and lightning. So whenever there was a storm, she'd go in the cupboard under the stairs, and there was a little like she had a little seat in there. And do you remember the old wind-up radios that old people used to have? A bit like winding up a dynamo. So she didn't have to have anything plugged in. And she had a little battery-powered torch, like a lantern. And she would sit in that cupboard with the door shut until the storm had passed. Oh, you had light snow this morning, Simples. Yeah, well, you were supposed to be getting it quite bad in the northeast, weren't you? But it doesn't appear to have hit. Put chop. I used to live up on top of the Pennines when I was a kid, though, so I do recall the 30-foot drifts when I was young. Yeah, it does. It gets bad up here. It does get bad. Jill says, when I was a kid, my mum used to bundle us all in the pantry when a storm came. Isn't it funny? Do you think that's where your fear came from, with your mum panicking and getting you all in there? Because you do, as a child, you will pick up on the panic of adults, won't you? Storms don't worry me as long as I'm indoors. All right, Frida. No, I'll be honest with you, they don't bother me whether I'm indoors or outdoors. I love watching them, and my favourite, when I go to Scotland every year, as you'll know, I go every year for a week with one of my friends, and I stay right on the coast. And it's in Dumfries and Galloway. And when there are storms there, oh my, it's, yeah, I can't even tell you. I just love watching them. I'll go out on the beach in the wildest of storms. I don't know, it's the energy, isn't it? The whole, and you can feel the buzz in the air just before a big lightning storm. It's great. Putchop says the source of the River Irwell was just half a mile further up the road, so it was about as high up as you could get. Oh, you've just reminded me of something as well, Porkchop. Not gonna go through it now. It's just something about the Irwell and the Medlock. It was something I worked on a few years ago. Oh God, it's quite a few years ago now. It was a project, and I had to do some research prior to this project getting underway and us doing press releases. And I found out some fascinating information. So at one point on another live, we can go through that. Simple Maker, I remember when I was working in a nursing home years ago, the Filipino caterers nurse hadn't seen snow before. They were in the car park just before shift ended, running round in it. Oh, that's lovely. That's a lovely thing to have witnessed. Frida, you have the heart of a lion. Oh, I don't. I don't have the heart of a lion. I'm the biggest wuss on the planet, Frida. I really am. Porkchop, if you're going to do something about rivers, make sure you research Rochdale. Porkchop, can I just tell you? Sorry about this, guys. It's semi-private conversation. However, all will be revealed. Yes, I did some work in Rochdale. Did you? Do you know about the Packhorse Bridge by any chance? I'll leave to see if you answer that one. Yes, because it was Mum's fault, but my gran was the same. When Mum got older, she used to hide in the bathroom and shout to Dad, "Is it over yet?" He shouted back, "Not yet. It had been over for ages." Oh, because he wanted a little bit, a little bit of peace. Braving, oh yeah, braving storms. That doesn't bother me, but as you all know, werewolves, spiders, yeah. No, well, yeah, most of Rochdale is a bridge. When we were doing this project, Porkchop, and it was about opening up the rivers, and because obviously to try and reduce flooding in those different areas. So obviously with the river levels increasing and it being underground and going through culverts and so on and so forth. So there was some investigations done, and got a team to go in right in the centre of Rochdale, to go in and have a look through these culverted watercourses. And while we were doing that, we discovered the remains of a bridge, and it was a medieval bridge, which is called the Packhorse Bridge. And it was completely intact. It had just been left there and buried and forgotten. And when we then had a look at it, and I've got some original photographs, I should share this at some point. And when they did some research on it, they found out that this bridge, as it was, would have at that time been the widest bridge in Europe, of all places, Rochdale, because it was wide enough for 4 horse-drawn wagons to have passed in either direction at any one time. So it was an absolutely huge bridge and a huge feat of construction in those days. So I don't know if you already knew that, but there you go. Bit more boring trivia. And as usual, I latch onto the historical things. I just wasn't bothered about doing my work. It was like, oh my God, look at this bridge. But yeah, it was even wider than the bridges that were in London. And London was the city in the UK, well, in England at that time. But yeah, Rochdale, widest bridge in medieval Europe. One at the end of bottom of Yorkshire Street. I can't remember the name of the streets, Pork Chop. I'd have to have a look, because I've still got all the paperwork and everything on what we did for it. But yeah, I'm happy to share it because I can show you the original photographs and, being down underground looking at it. Yeah, Jules, it's amazing. Just look that up on the opening up of the river in the centre of Rochdale and the Packhorse Bridge. It wasn't even a ruined bridge. It was completely intact, just buried and forgotten. A bit like Mary King's Close in Edinburgh. A whole streets and houses and pubs and shops just covered and forgotten underneath the city. Good night, everyone. Thanks again. Good night, Marie, love. Take care, and thank you so much for coming in. That's brilliant. It's really nice to see you. And you take care, and hopefully we'll see you on one of the next one or the one after that, whenever you're free. Frida did hold a tarantula on my hand once. She was called Charlotte, very light on my hand. She was harmless and lovely. Frida, I couldn't, no. That is, just reading that now, I've got the heebie-jeebies, and I've got chicken skin, serious chicken skin. Ugh. Oh, Jules, hello and good night, Marie. And Frida wishes you good night as well, Marie. Yeah, sleep well, and I hope you enjoyed what we've discussed tonight. So I reckon this is. I'm just going to have a bet now. What's the betting that Pork Chop has just tootled away and is now Googling the buggery out of the Packhorse Bridge in the centre of Rochdale to try and find out exactly where it is? Because I can't remember. It is quite a few years ago. I'm not great with road names. But yeah, it's smack in the centre of Rochdale. He is still here. I thought you might have gone off Googling what I was talking about, because I'm there again, half a story, Harry. No, it's usually like, who's the other person who always Googles everything? Oh, it's Tismy Denny, isn't it? You've held an alligator, Jules. A little baby one. I've held all sorts of things, but I've never held an alligator. I'm not Googling, but I do recall there was turmoil in Rochdale because of an old find under the town. Yep, that was mine. Kind of. We've had 2 massive archaeological finds, though. One of them was that one in Rochdale, and the other was a prehistoric settlement on one of my projects, and it was out at a place called Lump Meadows over near it's on right near the River Alt, over near Maghull, that kind of direction. And you made me work for late for work quite a lot. I know who to blame now. Yeah, that's me. Sorry. But at least it's not going to flood down there, yeah? That was what it was all about. So yeah, so there was another site, and it's called Lump Meadows. And the project there was, again, it was about flooding, and it was trying to open up these meadows to make a natural flood storage basin. Well, it had a wrap around the mouth, luckily. Oh, right, sorry then. I thought you meant a wrap around the mouth as in somebody smacked you, and then I realised you were still talking about the alligator. But yeah, so while they were digging out these storage pool areas on the meadows, and obviously anything that's been untouched like that, then, you know, there's always an archaeologist around, as Sheila will know, because she's done the archaeology side of things. And all of a sudden it was stop work, get the diggers off site. And they'd found these post holes. So the county archaeologist came down, and we had to, put a stop on this project while it was being investigated. And they basically found this Neolithic I think it was Neolithic settlement that has rewritten history, because they did think, and this is a permanent settlement. Now, they thought at the time that people were living a nomadic hunter-gatherer type of an existence and following the game, you know, according to the seasons and moving with them. And this has proved that that didn't happen. So I went out. This is while just Googled this one. Haha, it was Mesolithic. Yeah, like I said, it's years ago. I just take it. I get very blasé with all these historical finds. But yeah, so when the project had been called a halt to, so obviously I get called in, and I've got to go out and have a look and see what's going on. And I met the county archaeologist there, and he took me over to see this particular site. I am an amateur. No doubt you'd have remembered it all, pork chop. So we're walking across the meadows towards this, because I was desperate to see it, because obviously I'm going, I've watched Time Team like a twat. This county archaeologist was like, yeah, whatever. But do you know what? He was a lovely guy, and you could see him. He was so excited. And I was saying, is this really a significant find? And he's going, this is the find of a career. This is the find of a lifetime. I cannot tell you how important it is. So we're walking across one of these ploughed fields, and as we're walking, I'm chatting away, blah, 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 and I'm really looking forward to seeing it. And he's bending down, he's going, oh yeah, look, here's an axe head. What? It looked like a piece of stone. And all the way across this field, going towards where they'd found the actual remains of the houses, he's picking up pieces of flint, tools, he's picking up bits of flint axe heads, he's picking up bits of flint arrowheads, and I was just in complete awe of this guy. So then when we got to the actual site that had been exposed by the digger, and then he's showing me because I could just see, you know, indentations in the ground and bits of discoloration, and he was showing me what would have been post holes. So they would have been supporting posts, and this would have been a hearth, this would have been the entrance. And I couldn't see it. I mean, I could see the post hole bits, but I couldn't see it. And I thought I'd love to have been in my mind's eye where he was, because he could visual it. I can't remember pork chop. You'd have to give me, if you gave me his full name, I'd recognise it. But basically he was the county. Oh, flipping thing going off again. Sorry, we've got thunder again. He was a county archaeologist, pork chop. So if his name was Ron and he's a county archaeologist, then that was him. Quite a tall guy with like looks like he possibly had actually Cowles doesn't ring a bell with me. Is there a photograph of him? Actually, bear with me a second. I'm going to have a look. I'm not saying that's not him, but it's not ringing a bell. I'm just going to have a little look. Bear with me, guys, for a moment. Because I'm going to try and see if I can find a picture of him, and if it's the same guy and his name's Ron Cowles, then it will be him. Oh dear. With you in a sec, guys. Right. Right, I found his name. And oh, it's going to annoy me, this, if I can't find a picture of him. I think it must be him, pork chop. Because this article that I found is saying that he's continuing to excavate there, and that a case is ready in the Museum of Liverpool. Yeah, I think it probably is him. I just can't remember. I mean, I'm talking, oh God, when was this? Jules, thank you, Kiss. I love listening to you and love how you always read your subs comments. I will catch you next time as I hit the bell now. Night. Oh, thank you, Jules. And it's lovely to have you in. I was glad that you found us and you managed to catch us all. So it's really, really nice. And thanks so much for popping in. You have a good night's sleep, and I'll catch you on the next one. Night, Chuck. Oh, he was your tutor, was he, pork chop? Oh, well, in that case then, can you remember what he looked like? Because I can describe him. I just remember, I know he was a very tall guy. Then again, I'm 5'2", so anybody over 5'3" is tall to me. But I would have put him in the 6' plus height. He had quite unruly, I would say probably as a young man, he might have had fair hair, but it was a little touch on the curlyish side, and it was kind of salt and pepper. Oh, Open University. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I hadn't realised what OU was. Oh. Jules, night, love. Yes, Kiss always acknowledging everyone. Oh, well, do you know what? It's only manners though, Frida, isn't it? If it always happy to help, unlike most OU tutors. Well, that's the thing, Pork Chop, because he was so interested in this discovery, and he didn't mind that I was asking ridiculous, and I was asking stupid questions. And whereas somebody as well educated and knowledgeable as him in archaeology, I think people would have just got fed up of me asking questions. He had all the time in the world. And the fact he's just walking across this field and picking these things up and going, that's an axe head, that's an arrowhead, here's a bit of flint, this would have been a scraper, and handing them to me and then talking to me about it. And then talking to me about you know, these people that would have lived there. And he was just so excited because he said, it's the find of a career. So I'm glad. He was a lovely man. If he was the same one as well. The only stupid questions are the ones you don't ask. Do you know what? You're the second person I've heard who said that. I would rather feel stupid and, you know, than not ask. But apparently now, on that site, they're making it it's like a visitor's centre. And I mean, the place itself is beautiful, and the work's all been finished on there now. I mean, there might be little odds and sods going on, but they were going to have interpretation boards up to show the settlement. So I would actually really, really like to go there sometime, just for a day out, you know, because it's a lovely place to walk at, and the wildlife there is unbelievable. Broad daylight, and you're seeing snowy owls and tawny owls, which is quite unusual just because there aren't many people around. So yeah, it'd be a really interesting day out. Might try and talk Mr. Sexy into that at some point. You never know. Frida, okay, mate. I've been in chats, not many, but you might not have been there, so I don't go there. Oh, you mean you mean when people don't say hello to you, Frida? I hate that. I think it's really rude. Oh, here comes Green Eyes. Hey, your wingman's back in, Green Eyes. Back from emergency shopping. That's me done for the next few months. Oh gosh, nightmare. Put you up, feel stupid and get the answer rather than feel stupid and stay that way. Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? I'd rather ask things. I don't mind if somebody thinks I'm a dick. But yeah, yeah, Frida, we were talking the other night when Helen Happy Thoughts was in here, and oh my God, it's chucking it down here now. It is here, Simples. I think it's just this big storm front that they said was going to come in. I gather, I knew what chuckling. I think chuckling sounds better than chucking. But yeah, Frida, Helen Happy Thoughts was, because I wasn't going to mention any names, but I said there's a particular very large creator in the true crime kind of area, shall we say, community. Oh, hi, Sid. Yeah, well, I've been on since 8 o'clock. So I was saying that person, when I first started following a few of the true crime lives, wasn't many. I went into that chat, and no, I wasn't impressed. Not a single person acknowledged me. Nobody said hello. Nobody said welcome. And I always make it very plain if I've gone into a chat that I'm new to that channel. I'll say, you know, hiya, new sub here. And after that, I unsubbed. And I've seen this particular creator around, and I just think you're just one rude cow. You know, just because you've got X many thousands and thousands of subs and tons of mods. Well, you've not got as many mods as me, bitch. So, but I just think it's rude. Manners cost nothing, and making people feel welcome costs nothing. And I would rather have that, because I know everybody who comes in here, you're all welcoming, you're all welcome new people, you have a crack, you don't treat anybody like they're the new kid on the block, and they're not in with the down jokes. You know, you explain things. If I don't see it, you guys do it. So yeah, I've no time for rudeness. Let's have a look back through chat. Pork Chop says, Green Eyes. The hard deck for this operation was 300 feet. You knew it. You broke it and disobeyed a major rule of engagement. Really? Is she in the shit for that one then, Pork Chop? Frida, a few months, that's some shopping. I know, well, I mean, Green Eyes has got to try and stock up, hasn't she? Because they're going through all these issues in Australia at the moment. You know, food shortages, and whether that's down to I think she said it was a logistical issue, wasn't it? Shopping and didn't buy me vanilla vodka. Oh, were you into vanilla vodka as well, Pork Chop? I was on about that before. I don't like it. Frida, KMA, yes, don't go back like me. It's rude. It's quality, not quantity. You know what? Never a truer word spoken in jest. Because everybody in here is sound as a pound. It's Mod City here. It is simples. If you ain't a mod, you're not coming in. Oh, you love it. It's like pop. No. No, it's no. And I can't drink vodka. Polish fighting fuel. Green Eyes says logistics and a lack of drivers. There's no rapid tests available. It's chaos. Oh, I think it's going to get like that here. I really do, because they're saying now that, I mean, we had an email round from our chief exec and saying that, you know, Boris has made another announcement and people are now being once again encouraged to work from home. If you have to go to any indoor venues, then you need to have a passport, you know, an inoculation thing, which I presume is going to be similar to when we went to the theatre last week. Because that's an indoor gathering with significant numbers of people, isn't it? Well, at the time, because I'm not vaccinated. Pork Chop says, let's face it, we're just a bunch of spanners. We are, but we're all very nice spanners. Well, actually, you're all spanners. I'm not. I'm the only person with no spanner in this chat, but I have powers. Yeah, Pork Chop, Frida's agreeing with you there. Green Eyes, you don't want to know how much I've just spent. Oh, mate, I feel your pain. I really do. Have you just bought loads of non-perishables again? Oh. I just hope we're... not that it's going to make much difference to me. I was going to say I hope we don't go on to another food shortage debacle, but it's not going to really matter that much to me because my damn oven isn't working still. It's only been a fortnight, you know, no rush. I dread to think as well, Frida. It's just lack of foresight and planning. So, I mean, it's going to happen again, isn't it? It's going to happen here now. I have got absolutely no doubt whatsoever that I will then have a third birthday in lockdown. But if they think I'm staying home for this birthday, they have got another thing coming because it's not happening. Always seems to hit the people born in March. Bastards. Pork Chop says, Met Office are getting good. They say it will stop raining in 15 minutes. Time to open my curtains. Yeah. Are you gonna are you gonna ring them up and complain if it hasn't stopped? All I can hear is it's like snow, sleet, whatever it is hitting my windows, although the dog has stopped barking. Frida, I notice you're not coughing as much with your vaping. Are you getting used to it? I am, Frida, and also I think it was that other, you know, because I had two flavours, and he bought me this iced menthol one and iced blackcurrant, because he'd said that, you know, he thought maybe a fruity one, like a palate change thing. But I'm used to smoking roll-ups with a menthol. I've got a menthol filter in them. And so I'm used to that minty flavour. So the other night when I was really hacking, and especially when I was laughing as well, because that was kind of the night that it happened, I'd put in some of that iced black currant into my vape, and it was really burning my throat. I don't know why, because it's the same strength as the menthol one, but it really seemed to affect my throat. So yeah, I think that's what it was. So now that I've just stuck to the mint one, I seem to be okay, Frida. So thanks for asking. But yeah, hopefully I'm not sounding as coffee and Mutley-ish or Mutley-esque. Skipton, Barlick and Gigglesworth are getting hammered with rain and light snow. Oh, are they? Oh, Barlick always gets hammered though, doesn't it? I've been snowed in there at my friends a few times over the years. Yes, I had to try a few liquids before I found the right one. Which one worked for you, Frida, if you don't mind me asking? Which is the one that you stuck with? Simple says, me too, pork chop. It's come out of nowhere. Well, it did. Well, Simples, were you on here when we had this massive crash of thunder and lightning here, and the dog started barking? Because I know Cassius said he heard it. It was really loud, just the one, bang, off it went. Yeah, the only thing is I'm doing, Frida, is I'm absolutely hammering the vape at the minute. But again, I think it's the habit. Very heavy in Bradford too. Oh, I don't care about Bradford. That can be heavy as it likes over there. What's that, heavy rain or heavy snow, pork chop? Enough of my weather reports. You could do some of those, when they do the weather reports, the gaffs. Oh, rain. Oh, it's not so bad. Might wash a few people over there. Yeah, when you go. Oh, do you know what, Cassius? I will do to see how loud it sounded. But I shit myself. Not literally, obviously, but I jumped out of my skin. So just going back to see if I've missed anything. Yeah, I think it's because I wasn't expecting it. I could hear the snow hitting the window, and just as I'd heard that, I got up to say, "Listen, you guys, I was just going to put my phone near the window," and that's when it went off. So that set off Cooper, although he's gone back to sleep again now. Simple says, "My aerial is jumping all over on the roof. The man comes out tomorrow to fix it." No, he didn't hear it. No, it's fine. Frida tried Virginia tobacco flavour. Reminds me of my old cigs Marlboro. Oh, Marlboro Lights. Thank goodness I gave them up the price of them now. Oh, do you know what? So many of my friends smoke Marlboro. I can't stand the smell of them. They always remind me of Camel cigarettes that used to get in Greece. Snow and ice warnings. A belt from Lango to Bradford. Oh, gosh. Lango, Blackburn Lango, do you mean pork chop? That one going up towards Salisbury. I'm liking this. We've got our own channel weatherman. Don't like Marlborough, never have the smell. Yeah, that smell, it just reminds me of being on holiday. Yeah, that's the one. Hell of a belt. It is. It absolutely is. Oh, now I wonder if I've just missed that. Because if you're going Lango to Bradford, it might have just missed me, be a little bit further north from me. But yeah, I was watching the weather this morning, and there's this, and then there's a little bit of high pressure, which I'm wondering whether that is what caused that big bang. And then there's another cold pressure front coming in behind that, moving east. Yeah, this is what it was showing. So there is going to be another band coming in. I can't remember when they said that was, though. Remember the old French ones, Gitan? I don't actually, Frida. I've never heard of those. Do they still call them cowboy killers over there? I don't know. Bedtime Clown. We used to have, they might still make them or not. There used to be some cigarettes. They were in a black packet and they were called John Player Special, and they were called JPS. And the nickname for those was lung bleeders. Due to start again in about 45 minutes, so might want to give Cooper his chill pill. Ugh. Yeah, I think. Well, what I'll do is I'll make sure I get off here before then, because I don't want to. He'll just deafen you, because he really doesn't like thunder and lightning. He's not frightened of it. He just barks at it. And these walls are that thin in these cottages that, in a proper house he can't hear it and he doesn't bother with it, but he just barks at it. But yeah, John Player Special were known as lung bleeders back in the day. I used to smoke menthol cigarettes, and then I went on to tobacco. So I'd make roll-ups, just the mild stuff. Amber leaf was my tobacco of choice. Then I went on to gold leaf. Then I went on to Riverstone. And I'd just make a roll-up with a menthol filter in it. Bedtime Clown says, people here love Lucky Strikes. Camel terrible. My grandparents smoked Pall Mall filterless. Oh, I wonder if they're like the big thing over here. Grandparents and even my dad at one point, they used to smoke Woodbine, which were a filterless cigarette. And from his army days, they call all cigarettes bines. It doesn't matter what cigarette he'll go, pass us a bine, give us a bine. And it basically means the Woodbines. Frida says, my granddad used to smoke. Oh, here we go. Woodbine. Yep. Used to smoke Woodbines. Remember, got down to the corner shop with a note and money. 5 Woodbines. I was only 4. Yeah, well, you used to be able to, as kids, especially in the little villages out, away from everywhere. You could go down with your messages to the shop and come back. Sorry, I'm going all Highland again. Your messages it's your shopping list. Capstan full strength. Well, I can remember my granddad. He did smoke a pipe, but he would smoke the Woodbine, and I can remember me dad doing this as well with the Woodbine. So they got, obviously, as a squad, he was trying to get the most out of it. He used to put a pin through the end of it because there's no filter in it. So he'd have like a sewing pin or a needle, and he'd put it through the very end of it and hold the pin either end, so he could smoke the Woodbine right down to as near as he could without setting fire to his lips. There you go. That's how tight. Me dad, tighter than cramp. Woodbine. Old uncle smoked them. If you gave him anything with a tip, he'd break it off. But yeah, my dad was the same, Cassius. My dad was exactly the same. Pork chop. Woodbines used to come in a paper wrap because they didn't have cardboard packs then. Oh, I didn't know that. You see, I only ever saw my granddad used to keep his Woodbine. He had a silver cigarette case. He used to open it and the cigarettes would slot into it. There was like a piece of elastic that used to hold the cigarettes in it. In fact, I remember my mum having a cigarette case as well, and a cigarette holder. Green eyes, remember them? So strong. Green eyes. Now to vacuum scene all this now. I'm going to be here all day. Oh no, that's a nightmare. Nightmare, Green eyes. But at least you've got food in. Bedtime Clown. I got a carton of Marlboro Reds years ago from either Croatia or Russia. Can't remember. Although they were cheap, they tasted terrible and burned really fast. Yeah, I hate the smell of Marlboro. Green eyes, yes, they were Frida. My granddad smoked them. Yeah. Capstan, my mum smoked those. Oh, did she? Simples. Pot Shop, like Frida Baxter said, they used to come in a paper wrap of 5, like Capstan and Park Drive. Bedtime Clown. My ex bought them off the net. Oh, and is that why she's now an ex? Green eyes, yes. At least it keeps it from freezer burn and fresh meat up to 6 weeks in the fridge. Yeah, well, I've done that when I've come back from Scotland. If I buy any Angus or because there's a place up where I go and they've got the Galway Belties. I don't know if any of you have seen the cows. But the place I buy the meat from there, it's beautiful marbled meat. It actually looks very much like the Wagyu beef. It's expensive, but they vacuum pack it. So, if you're on holiday, I mean, fair enough, I stay in a house and there is a freezer there and a fridge, but you don't have to, you don't have to keep it in the freezer, which is great. Pork chop, do you remember Players? Pork chop, I do. There used to be a split green wide box. Forgot about Players. I don't remember Players. The first ones I smoked were Players number 6. The first cigarette I ever smoked was somebody when I wasn't even that young either. I was at sixth form. I think I was 17. And it was a JPS, John Player Special. And I took a drag off it and I remember getting a head rush. I felt so dizzy because, I mean, these were bloody strong fags. And we were in the toilets at sixth form and I put the lid down on the toilet and I had to sit on the toilet with my head between my knees with all, the girls laughing at me. And that should have been enough to stop me and discourage me from smoking, but it didn't. Pork chop, little short stubby ones with a short tip. That could be taken in a number of ways, but I'm presuming that you're still talking about cigarettes and not little chodes. I remember the more fags that used to be really strong. Cassius Embassy tip, I felt sick. Yeah. My nan used to smoke Embassy it was Embassy Red. I think Embassy used to make one similar with a red. Oh, that's it, pork chop, red and white pack. Yeah, my nan used to smoke those when she smoked. Simples, good on you, girl, because I wish I'd never smoked. I haven't smoked all that time though. I smoked and then, it was kind of a one-off. I'd have a fag occasionally and never bought cigarettes. And then I started smoking properly when I was probably about 19, 20. Oh yeah, Regal. Baby Regal, they used to call them round here. I don't know if you did, pork chop, Baby Regals. And then I packed in and I did stop smoking for 5 years. And then I very stupidly at a party said to one of my friends, oh, give us one of them fags. And I started smoking it and that was it, slippery slope. And I've been on them ever since. So I'm determined this time that's going to be it. Frida, I used to sneak a cig out on my mum's pack when I got them for her. Undid the cellophane very carefully without pulling it off. She never knew. I'm ashamed now. How the heck did you manage to do that? Get the cellophane without her noticing? Cassie's pork chop, they're the dearest. Pork chop silk cut had about 10 different coloured packs. They were the mild ones, weren't they? And do you know what? I can remember one of my friends used to buy silk cut and they had in the filter, they were perforated all the way round, weren't they? Just below the gold, was it gold or a silver band on the filter? There were perforations in them, which was supposed to, as you were smoking it and you took a drag, it would let the majority of the nasty shit come out through those holes before it reached your mouth and your lungs. And my friend used to defeat the object and she'd put her fingers over the perforations in the filter. It's like, why don't you just buy stronger cigarettes? Cassie's, I thought Benson and Hedges were the dear ones. Oh, they were in the gold packet, weren't they? Perforations used to signify low tar. Well, I thought, oh, that's me then. But I thought that it was to stop, some of the stuff used to leach out of those holes. But yeah, she put her fingers over them. Dunlop and the rainbow cigarettes. Porkchop had to puff and puff on them. Porkchop, no idea. I stopped about 3 years ago. Congratulations to you as well. There's a lot of ex-smokers in the house. I'm wondering, how long have I got to have packed in smoking before I can call myself an ex-smoker? Porkchop, the coloured ones were cocktail cigarettes. I remember my mum used to have those cocktail cigarettes, and there used to be some menthol cigarettes. They were in a green and gold box, and the lid of them used to open on a sort of a hinge, and they were called Saint Moritz, and they were very expensive, and they were a bit like a cocktail cigarette, but weren't. And they had like this fancy gold green writing on them. And if ever she went to a party, she used to get a box of St. Moritz cigarettes. Porkchop, you'll never be an ex-smoker, you'll always be in rehab. Oh, don't know, that's depressing. I'd like to say I'm an ex-smoker. Oh, Sid, you gave up for 7 years and started again. Oh, did you, love? Doesn't it make you feel bad when you've done it? And they reckon as well that once you've packed in once and failed, it's harder the second, and subsequent times. Although I'm touching wood here, this vape is really, really helping me. And today the cravings haven't been that bad. Frida's asking Porkchop, what is it, Sabrani? Black ones too with gold tips. Porkchop, 3 years down the line, and I know that if I smoked for a week, I would be right back at square one. Yes, yeah. Yeah, and that's like you've just mentioned there, Porkchop, that's one of the reasons that's kind of given me the kick up the bum to stop smoking. Because I felt like I was kind of leading Mr. Sexy down a slippery slope, even though he's a grown-ass man and can make his own decisions about whether he wants a fag or not. He'd packed in smoking and was having the occasional cigarette off me. So now we're both not smoking. But yeah, the only thing, it isn't willpower. I'm just too stubborn to start again. Well, you know what? Whatever it is, willpower or stubbornness, well done. Bedtime clown, I probably won't quit. I have an unhealthy yet emotional attachment to it because it makes me feel close to my grandparents. There's nothing wrong with that, bedtime clown. Nothing at all. And I enjoy smoking. That's sad but true. There's certain times, and it's that habit I have to break, like driving the car. Always having a cigarette in my hand. So I did a fairly lengthy drive today with my vape, and yeah, that was the only time I was sort of missing having a cigarette. And like now sitting here, where when I'm focusing on like just general chit chat, that's when I fancy a cigarette, and that's why you can probably hear me sucking on this more than normal. Because when I'm talking about the history and when we were going through the Viking stuff earlier, then because I'm focused, I'm not thinking about needing to pick a cigarette up. But when I've stopped and it's just this kind of relaxed, mellow chat that we're all doing, this is when I fancy a cigarette. So this is when I'm relying rather heavily on my vape. Yeah, I will get used to it, Frida. I will, love. Green eyes. I might try to order a vape, then I don't have to go out for anything, as I'm not vaccinated. Same kiss, I enjoy a cigarette. Yeah, well, this one that I've got, that I was telling people about, Cassius looked into it the other day. It's a slimline one. I think they were calling it a pen vape when they're in here. I found this one's really good. Not that I'm an expert or anything, but it's lightweight and it's handy. It doesn't feel cumbersome. Stick it in my pocket. Pork chop. We're all going to die at some point. That is unavoidable. It's how we live and doing the things we personally enjoy while we're here. Of course it is. Of course it is. And the way I want to live is, victory or Valhalla. That's me. Live every day to its fullest. Squeeze every bit of enjoyment out of every day that you can. Because I personally do, I try very hard not to ever, and I have done things that I wish I hadn't done in my past, but I don't dwell on them because I don't want to get to that age, whatever age that may be, in my deathbed thinking about all the things I wished I hadn't done. What I want to do is lie there and think, fucking hell, I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that life I've just lived. And I've not regretted, with me, it's about, I don't want to spend time worrying about not taking chances when chances arise. And that's just me, because I could sit there forever thinking, should I do that? Maybe I shouldn't, because this might happen or that might happen. Life's too short. Go for it and regret it later. And probably don't even regret it. Just put it down to experience and move on to the next big adventure. Sid Vicious, I gave up smoking, booze and sex. I won't live forever, but it will seem like it. Oh, bless. Put chop, will you die with a weapon in your hand? Kiss my axe. Hopefully. Absolutely. Whatever sort of weapon that may be, that's the way I'm going to go. And as I said, I can only get into Valhalla if I do die with a weapon in my hand. So I'll be making that the rule of the day. Frida says, green eyes. I do miss cigs. I've had dreams I was smoking cigs many times, but I won't go back. Was on the border of COPD. Yeah, I've got a friend with that, Frida, and it's not nice. Forgiveness is always easier to obtain than permission. Yeah, that used to be the mantra of one of my old bosses. When we used to work on the projects, and I could be a bit gung-ho sometimes, and I'd think, oh God, I really want to get this done. And I remember ringing her up one time. I mean, she doesn't work for us anymore now anyway. And she said, you know what? Ask for forgiveness rather than permission. Just crack on. So yeah, she was the first person I'd ever heard use that phrase. And yeah, it's a good one to live by. Greener says, pork chop, no answer to that. What about the forgiveness or the dying with a weapon in my hand? Either way, any kind of weapon. I've already said, if it's even if I've got to pick up a rusty spoon and beat someone over the head, if that's the only weapon that I can find. But hopefully mine will be a nicer kind of weapon that I've got a death grip on. Dying with a weapon of mass destruction in my hand. Who says it's a weapon of mass destruction? Or maybe it would be. It was only a matter of time, wasn't it? The innuendos have started, and that's because we have got the famous double act in who are probably going to take the crown, I would say, unless we get Raven to come in and tag team with Lady Witch. Pot chop, just taken by the hand. That was a song by the Beatles, wasn't it? I wanna hold your gland. I wanna hold your gland. uh, Frida says, used to love nipping out for a sneaky smoke in work. Well, gone were the days when you could have a cigarette at your desk. Sorry, Cassius, I shouldn't have sung that and laid waste to a Beatles classic. Bedtime Clown, see what you did there, pork chop. Do you know what? I'm blaming Green Eyes, but I think it's another night again, isn't it, where we've got a majority of chaps in. So we've got Bedtime Clown, Cassius, Pork Chop, and Sid Vicious. I nearly called you Sid the Sexist then. I was thinking about the Viz comics. Sorry, mate. Bedtime Clown, that's why I love machining and welding. I can still smoke. Green Eyes, remember smoking on the plane going to Spain. Yeah, bedtime and he's off. Yes. Oh, yeah, you could smoke everywhere, couldn't you? I bet. Are you allowed to vape on planes? Or is vaping something you're not allowed to do? Bedtime. Sorry if I couldn't say hi to everyone earlier. I've been listening, but I was at work and couldn't chat. Oh, no, we knew that, Bedtime Clown. You're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine. Oh, you can't vape out? Oh, God. Only short flights for me then in the future if I ever do that. Cassie's waiting for the sign to go off. Yeah. And then a cloud of smoke erupts from certain seats. Pork chop. In the words of the Wurzels, and you know I love you, darling, so give me your hand, but I want the mouth. Oh, God. What am I'd love to know the tune to that. We'll have to look it up. And you know I love you, darling, so give me your hand, but what I want the most to feel is your mouth around my gland. I'm gathering that's was it? I'm gathering that's a real song then. Combine Harvester song. Is it? Are those words in that song? I've heard that song and I don't remember those words in it. Why Don't We Do It in the Road is one of my favourite Beatles songs. Oh, I don't know that one. Oh my God, you're so gullible. Were you telling me fibs? I was gonna Google that when we came when we came off this live and listen to Combine Harvester again. Smoking in hospitals. Well, Simples didn't, after the babies were born, the gentleman would be in the visitors' room or the family room, all lighting up cigars or whatever they smoked. Green Eyes, yes, I remember Simples, and that was on the maternity ward. The last bit is what I want the most of all is acres of land. Oh. I like your version better, Pork Chop. What I want to feel most is your hand around, mouth around my gland, hand around whatever it was you said. I'm going to go for mouth. Let's go for mouth. Green Eyes. Used to have sit at the back of the plane when you were allowed to smoke on planes. I always thought that was good because if we crashed, you wouldn't hit the ground first. Tinker. Oh, I feel really stupid now that I actually believed Pork Chop. I really do. I'm going to have to start questioning everything you say now, Pork Chop. just in case you're telling me little fibs, little white lies. So what's everybody got planned for the weekend then? Bedtime plan simple. So I've been trying to keep up with that trial. Oh my God, that dude is guilty as fuck. Oh, I don't know that trial. Bedtime. I'll have to have a look at it. Put chop. Oh, I think this is an answer to Frida because smoke can't travel forwards in a plane, can it? Yeah. Well, it was like buses, wasn't it? Buses used to have, you'd have your smoking signs at the back of the bus, and the no smoking symbols were on the windows at the front. Put chop. Pick my daughter up tomorrow, so I'll just be emptying my bank account again. Oh, good dad. Good dad. What's everybody else doing? What, she'll be expecting you to empty the bank account so soon after Christmas? Dear me. Oh, Sid. Oh, she's coming home tomorrow. Oh, Sid, I'm really pleased. Oh, I'm made up for you. Oh, that'll be such a nice weekend. Have you got any little treats lined up for her? Green Eye says, Pork Chop, I thought they left the window open at the rear of the plane to get rid of the smoke. Fool. Oh God, yes, I watched the whole thing today. Sid says, thanks. Pork Chop says, great news, Sid Vicious. Yeah, that's really nice. I like nice news. I'll bet she can't wait to get home. Oh, you've got a sink full of pots. Oh, Sid, that sounds really familiar to me. The thing is, though, I don't know what other women feel. I'm going to get really, I'm doing the whole trad thing now. I quite like doing dishes. I find it quite cathartic. I love I do like the gender role thing. Men should fix things and men should burn things and probably break things. And then my role in life is to create things and bake things and make things and wash up pots. Oh, so you're on these opening arguments, are you, bedtime clown? And simple as you're watching day 3. Guys, what's the name of that trial? Just for any of us who or if you've got a link or something, if you want to plop it in the chat. Just in case anybody's wanting a little bit of true crime. Because we've got 6, I mean, there's quite a few people watching as well. So hello to everybody in the gallery. If you're not wanting to come in and say hi, which is absolutely fine. Put up, it's like that joke, isn't it? 2 guys on a plane. The first one says, you're in my seat. The second guy says, find another seat. The first guy says, fine, you fly the fucking plane then. You do all of that. Yeah, well, you do everything, don't you, Simples? What was the joke that was on American Werewolf in London that about was it the Frenchman and the Texan and the Mexican on a plane? I can never remember it, so I'm not even going to attempt to tell it. I just remember when it was in the film and I laughed at it. Oh, Chandler Halderton. Thank you, Simples. Yeah, that was it, Pork Chop, but I can't remember the joke. Did I tell you all? I had a T-shirt called, and it was from the Slaughtered Lamb. It was the sign off that pub from American Werewolf in London. And I lost it. Well, I'm saying I've lost it. I think somebody might have nicked it. But I loved that T-shirt. And I also had one as well. Well, I had two. There was one that was Amity Island Police fan. There was Amity Island Police, and then there was another one that said Quince Shark hunting. That was what was it? Quince, was it shark hunting or shark viewing trips or something on it? I can't remember that one. And I think I threw those two out by accident when I moved house, because I put loads of things into some bin bags to move because it was just easier. And then I discovered that a load of my clothes were missing. And I think I put one of the bags that should have come in the house move, I think ended up in the pile of things that were going to the tip. So yeah, those t-shirts never reappeared. So I'll have to replace those at some point. Oh yeah, I see a bad moon rising. That is a cool song. It's Creedence Clearwater and the Revival, is that one? Yeah, it's a great film, that. But that is what started me off with my my werewolf phobia. Pub in the Lake's called The Mortal Man. Whereabouts is that, Simples? In the Lakes. Do you know which town or what have you? Just I've not seen it, and I spend, well, with work, when we are actually going out on site, I do spend a lot of my time up in the lakes. There's a great pub in the Langdales, if anybody knows that area, and it's called the Wainwright. They do the best Sunday lunch ever. It's amazing. You can get like basically a full shoulder of lamb that's been slow roasted. So you pick the piece of the bone up and just the meat drops off it. And it's done in a mint gravy. It's delicious. It's one of my favourite places. I've not been there for a long time. But yeah, and you're allowed it. There's always a big blazing fire and you're allowed to go in with your dogs. Yeah, I love that song too, Frida. There's some great music in that film. I tell you, another film that's got, the film probably isn't to everybody's taste, but I love virtually every single song that's in it. If anybody has seen Practical Magic, and that's the one with Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman, and they play modern day witches who are sisters. There's virtually every single song in that movie I love. They've got a lot of like Stevie Nicks and oh God, what's her name? Oh, God, I've got a brain fart. Can't remember. It'll come to me the minute I hang up off this live. Simples, I can't remember. My son went. I will ask. Thank you. I don't think I've missed anything else. No, I don't. So I'm going to have to, I'm presuming Denny went off. She's probably fallen asleep. I'm going to have a little bit of a natter with Tisby Denny about our Enfield thing, because I think you're all going to love that. Oh, is this the joke pork chop from the film? Right, I'll try and do me. I forgot to do this in a Yorkshire accent. A plane was about to crash. Captain said, "We need to lose weight." Frenchman said, "Vive la France," and jumped out. Texan said, "Remember the Alamo," and threw the Mexican out. Yeah. I love it. I can't remember the name of that actor who told that joke. I'll tell you what else as well, which you may or may not have noticed, guys and gals. That scene in the Slaughtered Lamb pub, there's a very young Rick Mayall in that scene. Sid Vicious, love all the songs in Jungle Book. Well, you have to love all the songs in that, don't you? Frida about it, a whole leg of lamb. You eat like a Viking. No, it's a shoulder, but yeah, do you know what? I could eat a whole leg of lamb. Absolutely could. Um, if it was just on its own, you've got to have something wet with it. It's got to have some gravy. But if I had a tub of, or a bowl full of mint gravy, I could literally sit there and just tear pieces off a leg of lamb and eat the whole thing. Old Bolton pub. What's that, pork chop? And I've got another recipe that I'm going to try at some point to share. Can I remember its name? What? I don't know what you're talking about, pork chop. What the name of the pub on the film, The Slaughtered Lamb? Old Man or something, very, very old pub in Bolton. No, I don't. I don't know that one, pork chop. I'll have a look. I'll look that one up as well. I like going up to Rivington and the barn at Rivy. And that, dates back to the 12th. Does it? Oh, I need to go and find that then. Oh, I'll have to have a look at that. And for anybody who doesn't know, up at Rivington, they've got it's called the Barn at Rivington, and you can go in. You can have there's a gift shop there, and you can have a coffee and some snacks and whatnot. And it's worth looking up on Google. Seeing as how we've been talking about Vikings tonight, and it's actually been built in the style of a Viking, like a longhouse, a mead hall. But yeah, I'll have a look at that. The Old Man. I didn't know about that pork chop. Yeah, because we've just been talking about lamb. I think I'll treat somebody to a meal. I've got a recipe, because I've lived abroad in Italy and I lived in Greece for a while. Not very long, but one of the recipes I picked up in Greece, and I kind of adapted it myself from two Greek recipes, but basically I will slow cook full shoulder. So each person has a shoulder of lamb themselves. So we're going full on Viking Henry VIII style. And I cook it I do it in the slow cooker for a full, it's like a day. Or if you do it in the oven, you do it for about 9 or 10 hours. And you cook it, and it's got, excuse me, loads of garlic, loads of oregano in it, onion, slice all the onion up in it. You then put potatoes. I've gone really easy and used tinned potatoes, like the new potatoes. Gyros, it's Greek pork chop, that. Oh, hi Sherry. Hello, darling. Oh, and you've subbed as well. Oh, it's great to see you in here. Not seen you for ages. Hope you're all right. A little thing, Sherry, just to let you know, in case you're wondering why everybody's blue. I make everybody a mod. So when but I can't do it because I'm on my phone. So actually, hang on. I'll see if I can do it on my tablet. Yeah, we all miss BAM too. That's why we're doing these lives. So we've all got somewhere that we can congregate. Oh, make sure that if you're not already, sub to Bedtime Clown, because he does his lives and I do my lives here. So we're all kind of gathering on one channel or the other. We're all blue because we have filthy minds. Yes, pork chop is completely right, but I make everybody a mod. So I'm going to try, let me see if I can do this. Oh, that's brilliant, Sherry. I'm glad you've subbed to him. He is in here, although he's been working. Oh, Sid Vicious put Ye Old Man and Scythe just Googled it. It's haunted, allegedly. Oh, a haunted pub in Bolton. Oh, I want to go around that. Really want to go around that. Right, let me see if I can make Sherry a mod from my tablet. Let's see if this works. Right, that should have worked, Sherry. Let's see what happens next time you type if you've gone a full-on blue crew. It said it's done it now. Oh, it's great, isn't it, that she's come in here, Bedtime Clown? Oh, yeah, you're there. Sherry's part of the blue crew. So yeah, so this thing that I make, so I put the new potatoes in it, and then I put a bit of water and some, you can either use passata or I use tomato puree, mix it in with the water, just put it just enough at the bottom, and then it's either in the slow cooker, which will have a lid on, or if I'm doing it in a casserole dish or what have you, either with a lid on or with some tin foil over it, and then just put it in the oven, forget about it. And oh my God, it is amazing. And then the juice that's come off it, I then use the juice. So it's got the lamb juices. It's got, because obviously lamb is a bit greasy, but this is what makes it taste wonderful. You've got kind of the greasy, really flavorful juice with the tomato and the garlic and the oregano and the onion flavor and the lamb flavor in it. And I strain some of that juice off and I boil up the rice in that. Sorry, Sid. I know you're a vegetarian. Sorry for anyone who's veggie, but I'm not. And then you boil the rice in that, and that takes on the whole flavour. Oh God, it is so good. So yeah, I might treat somebody to that at some point and see if he's impressed with my version of Greek cooking. Oh, sorry, babe. I know that you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forget I have vegetarians in. Pudge up green eyes. Where is she going with this flavourful juices? Is she still on about cooking? I am on about cooking pork chop. I am. You know, and take a note. I think I've just described a very delicious meal. Although once my oven's sorted out, I've got a great big joint of beef, and I am going to make a beef Wellington, a proper from scratch, you know, that's going to take hours to prepare because you've got to make the dessert and everything, haven't you? And with the, you know, getting the mushroom paste sorted out and getting that set, and then here we go, phase 2 engaged food. Yeah. Yeah, do you know what though, Sid? You're right, aren't you? We've done normal, we're doing food, and then it goes to smut. I had to ask because you don't have an oven, where are you going to cook it? I've got a slow cooker pork chop. I've got a dog's bollocks at slow cooker that I will just get out of my oven and cook it in. Stand by smut, you're up next. Yeah, green eyes, ready for phase 3 smut. But hopefully, you know, my oven might be fixed by then. You've got to slow cook a pork chop. No, I don't cook pork chops. I'm talking about shoulder of lamb to make my wonderful Greek style roasted lamb with rice. Don't knock it till you've tried it. It's amazing. Said, have you tried tzatziki? It's Greek vegetarian, really delicious. Oh, Frida, I make tzatziki, but I do it really garlicky, and I mean really garlicky. But I don't. Some people chop up the cucumber. I grate it. No, no, I don't put the rice in with it, Green Eyes. I do the rice separately. But I strain off the juice that I've cut, the lamb juices and all the juices from the potatoes and the tomato and oregano and onion and garlic. Because there is quite a lot of juice comes out of it. I strain that juice off, put it in a separate pan, and I boil up the rice in that so it takes all that flavour on. It's really nice. And then I just serve a bed of rice with a shoulder of lamb on it and some of the potatoes and the onion and whatnot. It's just really nice. Pork chop. Oh, you have a slow cooker pork chop with you now. I've caught up. Yeah, no problem. I've had slow, said very garlicky. Don't kiss anyone the next day. Well, you can kiss someone so long as they're eating it as well, Frida. Pork chops are nothing like a biryani. I'm completely lost now. Chuck the rice in the juice like a biryani. Yummo. Do you know what, Green Eyes? It's really worth having a go of it. Like I said, it's not authentic Greek. There were two different Greek dishes that I kind of pinched the idea from. And it's not a watery juice that's with it either. Once I've taken the juice out that I need to cook the rice in, then I just reduce what's left so it thickens up a bit. So you've got all the onion and the big pieces of garlic and the potatoes. But yeah, it's a really nice meal. And I haven't made it for ages. Bedtime clown biryani. It's a curry dish, an Indian dish, but like Voodoo Queen will have told you when she lived over here, you'll get a curry and then you order your sides, and one of the sides is rice. Or with the biryani, the rice is actually in the dish with the curry. It's all there. It's a dish in one. Pork chop, does it come out a bit like risotto? A little. It's just the flavours. It doesn't go mushy. I don't do mushy rice. I do it proper. But yeah, it's really, really tasty. If you like Greek food and you like those kind of Mediterranean flavours, I mean, it's basic. At the end of the day, if you just look at the consistency, it's rice, it's a big slab of lamb, it's potatoes and onion and garlic and a bit of tomato. Better Klein, got it. She didn't know it by name. Yeah, that's what a biryani is. So yeah, so my version of that Greek dish is ideal for any man who likes his meat, who's a bit of a carnivore, should like that. Pork chop, a biryani pie sounds lovely if it already has the rice in. Yes, yeah. I might try and have a make one of those. Biryani pie. I don't know. Do you mean like do a pie with the curry? So with the curry and the rice, or would it just be any? Well, no. If it was a biryani, it's got to be with curry, hasn't it? But I suppose you could do rice with anything if you did it in a pie, couldn't you? Like say chicken. Say you had some leftover chicken and like a chicken chasseur as well, but bung a bit of rice in with that. Love that too, Frida, as a snack. Hummus, yes. Biryani inside the pie. Yeah, it's an idea. That might have a try of that. Sid Vicious, yeah, me too, Frida. Yes. I don't like a lot of hummus. I only like a little bit. Did you make the beef and Stilton pie? Green Eyes, yes, I did. Yes, I did. I made it with the hot water crust pastry. And I did it with, I actually didn't do it with steak. I did it with minced steak. I did get good quality steak. And I added, because I had some port, so I thought, you know what, rather than going down the red wine route, I'm going to put port in it. And because this was for Mr. Sexy, because I didn't want to eat it, because he'd said he'd bought the last steak and Stilton pie that he'd bought, he couldn't taste the Stilton. So I actually put a full block of Stilton in it. So yes, he had that last night, and he did say it, you know, it got the thumbs up. So I think next time I'll do it with the red wine rather than the port and see the difference. And I'll also do it with steak rather than steak mince, unless he says he's got a complete preference for the mince. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, I'm hoping he's possibly finished that off today. Maybe, I'm not sure. Let's see. But yeah, it turned out all right. Oh, did you ever make any of that? Did you have a go at making the hot watercress pastry, Green Eyes? I know we were on about it, but yeah, it's so easy. Pot chop. Sorry, I love curry and I love pie, so combining the two would be amazeballs. Oh, don't say sorry. You're sounding like me now. I say sorry all the time. Simples. We used to make pizza with leftover curry. Dough from the bread maker. God, they were like car wheels. I bet they were. Pork chop, curry pie. I've heard it all now. Do you know what, Frida? I'm all for stretching the boundaries of pie making. I mean, I've done a mac and cheese pie before, but I did it as a Scotch pie, you know, the open top, but like a hominy pie. Did it that way. And I've done them with curry in them. I did a vindaloo pie, if you remember, a few weeks ago. Did the normal cheese and onion pie. I've done the steak and mint, you know, the minced steak and onion pies. But I always make my pastry from scratch, and I do find the hot watercress pastry, and that's better if you're using you know, there's a bit of a wet filling in it. Pork chop. When you're making pies, are they like a Hollands pie or a family size pie? Duh, family size pie. I know how to feed a man properly. Now, fair enough, it's not all in one. I think he did eat one in one sitting, actually, and I can't remember now. Wait, wet filling? Yeah, wet filling. You know, it's if it's mince and gravy, it's a wet filling, isn't it? Oh yeah, Frida. Yeah, you keep on about that. Your speciality pie, steak and Guinness. We have to swap some of these pie recipes, you know. Don't go. Oh, I see. You were being rude. I thought you meant that you didn't have pies with wet fillings in them. Right, got you now. There's nothing wrong with a wet filling. In fact, that's the ideal way forward. Yeah, steak and Guinness pie. That sounds lovely. And Sid will have a Guinness and Guinness pie. Yeah, I can see you heading for phase 3 there, Pork Chop. Are there any takers? Any advance on phase 3? Have you been to the pasty shop in Keswick? Oh, the one at the top of the hill, Simples, where the butcher's is. Frida Baxter, because I don't like soggy bottom pie. No, well, that's why you should use the hot watercress pastry. I've just never made anything as easy in my life. Just waiting for Green Eyes to finish unbagging. Well, so long as it's unbagging and not teabagging, we're all right, aren't we? See, I can do it too. This is where we need Sharon in, because she would definitely have a tale about teabagging. She's the one who came up with the tale about the bloody popping candy and sending dick pics to her dad by mistake. When she's debagged, we can carry on. Oh, Me too, Frida. Can't eat meat puddings or wet pastry. Just read up, Green Eyes. You've been mentioned. I mean, I do like making my own pastry. I baked the bottom blind first, so no soggy bottom for me. Well, do you know what though, Frida? I did that the last when I made the cheese and onion pie, and I did that, and I always blind bake it. If I make short crust pastry, always blind bake it. And the bottom collapsed on him when he cut into it. That was a cheese and onion pie. So that's why I thought, do you know what? Stuff it. I'm just going to start making the hot water crust pastry because at least then I know it's going to hold up no matter what you put into it. Oh, yes, it's the same one. Yeah, fabulous. And they make sweet ones too. A hike and a pasty. Yep. Yep. The other place I really loved going to as well was at Bakewell. And you go around every single one of the Bakewell pudding shops. Green Eyes, I make my pastry with all butter. I'm naughty. No, you're not. Oh, do you know though, if you do the hot water crust pastry, you can do that with butter instead of lard. I prefer the lard because it gives it that more crumbly texture, but when it's cooked, when you bite into it, but each to their own. Could try a veg Guinness pie. I wonder if you could do it with corn for those people who are vegetarian. Pork chop, no rush, Green Eyes. There is no time limit on filth. I want to have a go at hot water pastry. I teabag. Brilliant. Sid's done it. Sid's beat pork chop. I teabagged the missus and her face swelled up. She must have a nut allergy. Nice one. Nice one. Yeah, Frida, he is being naughty, but Sid just beat him. Oh, gosh. Yeah, he is being naughty now too. I think there's going to be a little bit of the old what? Yeah, do you know what? I think we should look on this as Viking games. The Viking men had to do some form of there's a bit of competitiveness there with the old testosterone and what have you. So we don't use axes anymore. We use wit and smut. Oh, Shari, listen, love, I've got to let you know. We hit the gutter the other night. There's my live's still up if you want to laugh, and it was this dirty lot in here. All the people who are in this chat now, and a couple of others as well, we went as low could be, and I've never laughed as much in my life. So we're just trying to get it though. We reckon that we've noticed there's a pattern. We have very sensible conversations. This happens every night. We have very sensible conversations. We cover topics. We talk normal stuff. Then we always end up going on to food. So food is the second phase. And then once we've hit food, for some reason, phase 3 is smut. I don't know what it is, but leave it alone. Just warning you, just in case. Sherry uses lard and butter for pie crust. Yeah, a lot of people do. A lot of people use a mix of both. I just use the lard, but that's just my preference. But yeah, with the butter, it's a richer pastry, isn't it? Pork chop, dirty? ? Say nothing. Pork chop, I wouldn't expect any less from you. That's from Frida. Bedtime clown, I missed it. What did you miss? That when it all went wrong? Did you not go back and listen to it? Oh God. I tell you what, if you and Voodoo Queen want to laugh, go back to that chat the other night. Go to 3 hours 20 and start there. Green Eyes, we laughed till we cried and showed. Yes, we absolutely did. We absolutely did. Sid Vicious, funniest ever with pork chop. It was, Sid. Pork chop wrong. Oh, it went so right. Sherry, I'll have to watch. I'm alone with my get shepherd. Was that a spelling mistake? Did you mean pet, or were you actually calling your shepherd a get? But yeah, I haven't been able to. Been so busy this week and couldn't have my earbuds. Oh, don't worry, but it is funny. Bedtime. It always goes wrong eventually. Sherry, I'll have to watch. I'm alone with my German Shepherd. My son and girlfriend are at their house with COVID. Oh no, poor Cassius is down with the COVID as well at the minute. But he's been bobbing in and out. But yeah, he's in bed poorly. We're telling him to go and get Frieda and I were trying to talk him into making himself hot toddies, hot milk and whiskey to make himself better. But yeah, I think it is. It's the live on where I've mentioned it's the Ragnar Lothbrok one, isn't it, guys? So yeah, if you go onto that live, we're quite serious, but then at 3 hours 20, that's where it goes wrong, and it's probably about 45 minutes of it, and yeah, you'll hear. I'll not even tell you anymore. It doesn't sound like it's going to go as wrong as it did, or as right as it did. Bedtime Clown. Oh dear, Cassius has it too. Fuck yeah. People dropping like flies. I wish we've got more bots in again. Yeah, sounds like it went right, Fred. It did, Bedtime. It did. It was very, very funny. Very funny. Oh, did somebody beat me to blocking that knobhead? Thank you, whoever did it. Pork chop. Have you seen the thing the kids are doing to get sent home from school? Dipping their tests in orange juice or Coke to force a positive test. Do you know, I heard about that a while ago. Not with orange juice. I'd heard about Coca-Cola and, what was the other thing? Was it Red Bull? I'm sure it was something like Red Bull. Sharon, oh no, sorry, Cassius, wishing a speedy recovery. Yeah, I know, it's really bad, isn't it? Everybody coming down with it. So sorry to hear. Oh, hope they recover soon. Yeah. Frieda, I second that for Sherry. Oh, Lady Witch. Wrong chat bots. It's like running the gauntlet today. Oh, brilliant. I'm guessing you got that one, Lady Witch. Well done. We've had loads coming in tonight, haven't we? I know each time I've gone, somebody'd beaten me to it, so I reckoned it was one of you trigger-fingered guys. But yeah, we've had a lot coming in. Green Eyes, fucking waste of test. We can't even get rapid tests here unless you want to pay 50 quid each one. Whoa! Do you guys know if it's Omicron? One of my friends has got the Omicron variant. It's been confirmed. I don't know about the other one. My boss, his wife and son have just tested positive, but he's not said whether that is Omicron or Delta. I don't know. Or any kind of other. Simple as Meerkat. It works. Fizzy orange. The little shits. Then again, I'm saying that I might have done that when I was at school as well, if I wanted to get out of it. Or I suppose if I was in the final year, coming up to exam time and I was a lazy bastard and couldn't be bothered doing any studying, well, just go off, because why do it when they've just basically given everybody passes on all their exams? for the last year. Put chop, they work all this out yet fail a science test. There you go. There you go. All free here, even the PCR test. Yeah. Unless you're from another country though, Frida. And I friends of mine, well, he's American. They live in the next village where I used to live. He's American. His wife's English. They've got the kids. They go over. They went over at Christmas back to his, and he's from Michigan. They went back over there to stay, and he was saying they had to have the tests before they flew out, and then they had to test once they landed in America. And he was saying the price, it's added with the tests and everything that they've had to pay for. It's added another £700 onto the, what's an expensive holiday anyway for 5 people. Put chop. Is it a criminal offence to export rapid tests in the mail? Do you know what? I was just thinking the same thing then, Put chop. Green has PCR here. The government didn't order enough rapid tests, so none available. Oh, and are they producing them themselves in Australia or are they importing? Yeah, Frida, we are very lucky. But, we have the National Health Service, although some people treat it like the International Health Service. Yeah, I was going to say, if you can send them in the mail, could send them to you, Green Eyes. Oh. Oh, that's nice there. Thanks, Bedtime Clown, for that. And prayers for all COVID sufferers. Put up, let's all get some rapid tests and send them to Green Eyes. Yep, I'm with that. Green Eyes, in the USA, I had a patient do a hotel visit by a GP. 15 minutes cost £6,000. What? Oh, Green Eyes. Yes, nothing stopping them posting. Yes, they're from overseas. Yes, she's a British citizen, so not really breaking any rules. No, we're not. Well, there you go, Green Eyes. Do you want some love? I mean, they're only the lateral flow test, but at least you can check yourself, can't you? Yeah, claim through the insurance. Bloody hell. Yeah, it makes you realise we are lucky here, aren't we? Very lucky. People complain about the NHS here, but I think they're brilliant. Yeah, I think the only issue I have with the NHS is that the people up the food chain, the management, the organisers and what have you. I'm really sorry if I offend anyone here, but I think some of them are taking the absolute piss with what they're getting paid when they're saying that they're in crisis over different things, and you've got some of the executives getting paid phenomenal amounts of money. Sorry, but I don't agree with that. Green Eyes, a couple would be great. I will send you my address. No probs, babes. We have public health, but not rapid tests. Yeah, no problem. I wonder if is it something that you could order? Yeah, Sid, I agree with you there. Middle management in the NHS should all be sacked, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't argue with that at all. I don't. It's like with the procurement. I know somebody, as probably we all do. We all know someone in the health profession, in one capacity or another, and somebody I know was on about the procurement side in the NHS and the fact that just the money that's been thrown away buying things down procurement routes that they shouldn't really be going down. But that's another discussion for another live. Green Eyes, thank you so much. I would just stay home if I got symptoms. Yeah. Well, that's the same here, isn't it? And that's what I'm doing. I'm not going to be selfish. I've made that conscious decision. I am not having until the testing has been completed, the medical testing. I am not going to have the vaccine. I'm just not. And a lot of people here now as well. This is another weird thing. They're getting very sick following the booster injection. I don't know if anybody on here that's happened to you, because whatever injections you had last time. So if you had AstraZeneca for your two vaccines the last time, you're given the Pfizer for your booster, or it's the other way, right? If you had Pfizer vaccines, then you're given the AstraZeneca as your booster. But the people that I know who have had it have become incredibly ill following the booster. So I don't know if that's, if that's just a weird coincidence or not. But yeah, because I've made that decision not to have the vaccine, and it is my choice. It is my choice, and I'm not going to argue with people about it, about people who choose to have it or not. My choice, given my scientific background, made me make that decision, and the doctor was aware of it. And my doctor, who had a chat, she said, yeah, I can understand fully why you're saying that. That made me choose that as and when the medical testing is completed in 2023. Once the results of that are out, I will then make a decision on whether I will have the vaccine or not. Oh, same there, Kiss. Yeah, you see, and you've got a background in medicine, so yeah, I'm glad it's not just me. And my doctor was fine over it, and I could see she fully agreed with me. I didn't have what I should have said was, so have you had it, doctor? But because I've done that, oh, so yours were all Pfizer then, Simples, right? Round here, they seem to be giving people the opposite to what they had last year. Maybe it's just a local thing. I think that's a smart approach because, yeah, bedtime clown. But because I've chosen not to have it done, I'm also being very conscious about how I interact with other people. So I am wearing masks if I go in shops. I'm not actually having any contact with anyone other than, outside my very close circle. So, it's Mr. Sexy and my friend Maria. Now, Maria works in the care industry. They're testing every other day, only because the people that she works with, the people with learning difficulties, shall we say, and various disabilities, so they are in a vulnerable position. And she said anybody going into one of those houses and taking the virus in there, that they're going to kill her clients. So she's been incredibly conscious as well. So I don't think the fact that I've chosen not to have it, I'm being careful that I am not posing a risk to anybody else. Simple says, I know a few people who have been knocked by the boosters. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Bedtime clown. Me, I have an arrhythmia. Not sure. Well, I know it's the heart arrhythmia. Yeah. My sister has that. Not sure if I spelt that right. I have not only blood pressure, but it's high. I have to take the meds. So yeah, you have to decide what's right, don't you? And they are now investigating this report that there do appear to be people with a natural resistance to the the different strains of COVID, and or people who have developed a natural, their own resistance to COVID. I think I am one of those people because I did get ill at the back end of 2019. I was ill for 3 days. Now, even before the vaccines came out, I was mixing with people who were coming down with it, and I've never caught it. So I'm thinking either I have got a natural resistance to a certain extent, that wasn't COVID that I caught, although I do think it was, or that very mild dose that made me ill for 3 days has just boosted my own immunity. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking out of my hat. Bedtime clown. Although I don't like being discriminated against. I still do like you and take all precautions. Mask, not touching the face, hand sanitizer. Me too. Only I was sick for a month. Yeah, I was just sick for 3 days. I was tired for a long time afterwards. I felt like I'd been running marathons. I was wiped out. But no, like you, I haven't been sick since. Green eyes. I've not had a flu jab for 8 years. Not caught flu. No, I've never had a flu jab. I can't go anywhere apart from the supermarket, chemist, or healthcare. It sucks, doesn't it? Reese's. Yes, Sid. Yeah. I wondered that. I wonder about Green Eyes and Bedtime Clown. Do you know what your oh no, Bedtime didn't. Weren't you making it up as you went along? Somebody was in the chat and they were saying they didn't know what it was, so they just said they were negative. Oh no, it was Fingal, wasn't it? But yeah, it'd just be interesting to see if those people with the natural immunities are, a rhesus negative. Yeah, there you go, Green Eyes. Yeah, that's the rarest, isn't it? Oh, neg. And looking at blood types, haplogroups. I would be really interested to see what they find from this study. You don't know yours. Well, do you know what? I would be really fascinated to find out if you were a rhesus negative bedtime clown, just from what you've said. But yeah, Green Eyes, I think you're like me. Sid, yeah. Do you know what you are, Frida? Have you had it, Frida? Did you catch COVID? Yeah, bedtime clown. Just yeah, I'm curious now. Because we had this discussion, was it a week or so ago, about the rhesus negative blood groups and immunities and different things. Lady Witch is rhesus negative as well, isn't she? I remember that. I think who else is in chat? Oh yeah, it's Sherry and Pork Chop. Do you guys know what your blood type is? Green eyes. Eat plenty of green veggies and teaspoon of bicarb every day. Oh, what's that for? To ward off the COVID? Pork Chop. Okay, time to hit the sack. Stay safe all and hope to catch you all again soon. Oh, thanks so much for coming in, Pork Chop. It's always good to see you in here, love. Thank you. I'm gonna. Oh, you're positive. Ah, you've got a good what do they call it? It's the ancient. That's the oldest blood type, isn't it? The ancient one. I'm not going to be far behind you, Pork Chop, to be honest. What time are we on now? Oh my God, 1:15. I thought, oh, shine a light. I'm up at 6. Eek. No, but I had a terrible cold for about 3 weeks. Chest infection, cough, tested, not COVID. Wow. You can't remember. Lots of research about benefits of bicarb and alkalinity of the body. Oh. Wow. Oh. Right, guys and gals. Well, I think having seen that it's now what's HHT? Oh, Helen. Oh, Helen. Sorry, I hadn't seen you come in. Hello, sweetheart. I was literally just about to call it a night because I was rattling away and hadn't realised until Pork Chop then said goodnight. I looked at the clock, I was like, shit, it's 1:45 and I'm up at 6 a.m. How are you feeling? Before I go, how are you feeling, Helen? Um, oh, maple syrup sounds like tastes like salted caramel. Yeah, because I know Helen's been ill with the COVID. Literally just beginning to feel slightly better, but still quite rough. Bye, Sherry, love. Well, thanks for coming. Well, we'll do a couple of we do these lives every couple of nights, so yeah, and sometimes it's general chat and sometimes there's a bit of structure, not always. But yeah, it was lovely to see you. It's going all right, Helen, day 6. Oh no, I'm actually just coming to day 7 now. I wasn't coughing as much, but I have started now, but I think that's through talking. But yeah, going great guns. Thank you. But I'm glad you're starting to feel a little bit better. Simples. I'm going, didn't realise the time. Not that I will sleep. Day 5 and had about 4 hours. Oh, yeah, I didn't realise what time it was either. Oh, thank you, Helen. Thank you. Oh, well, look, guys and gals, I think I'm going to have to, yeah, I'll have to wrap it up because I just didn't realise um, how late it was. Helen, thanks for asking how I am, guys. You're all gorgeous. No, you're the gorgeousest. You're the gorgeousest. Night, Sid, and please say hello to Nancy for us. I'm made up she's coming home, love. I really am. So I don't know if I'll be online tomorrow. It depends if this knobhead comes to try and sort out my central heating and my cooker. Won't hold my breath. I won't be online on Saturday, I don't think, because I've got a friend is going to come over to stay. We're having a little girly night. Unless she decides that she wants to experience the wonders of live streaming, in which case that'd be rather funny. So I can't say at the moment when I will be back. If it's not tomorrow, it might be Monday. But I'll keep you posted. So thank you once again, everybody, for all your support and coming in and taking part in the chat. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I will see you all very soon. So night and take care. I'll do my usual. You know what's coming. See you all on the bright side. Night, my lovelies.